Like, listen, like, I don't like Stanley.
Stanley, the Navy man, thinks he's so wise. He reads all
I think the only person I have
with
been
the
was Stanley.
squint in his eyes, spins still so wild, like ships in the sky. But whose words
And
are
Nate, Stanley
those?
doesn't state the obvious. Like,
You don't think one parent influence is detrimental?
yes, he does.
I literally said they need to understand
American
that
culture.
it's a white
If they
people
want to
problem.
beef with you,
Okay,
it's called Stanley versus the world.
And just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you.
Do I think it's okay? Let's talk about why white Christians love James Tallarico so much. It's as if when they hear a white politician talking about their faith in public in a not far right, fundamentalist, MAGA Christian kind of way, they think they've discovered some brand new species that has never or rarely existed. This is coming from a lot of different sources. When you hear how they talk about James Tallarico, it's as if it's the first time they're hearing a Christian politician talk about their faith in ways that don't sound regressive, in ways that actually expand democracy. But you can really only have that impression if you completely discount the Black Christian political tradition. Because if the Black church is actually in your view, in your understanding, then you would understand also that being a Christian, talking about your faith in ways that expand democracy and seem to be inclusive, not all that rare or unusual. So, welcome to this episode of the Justice Briefing, your weekly guide to current events at the intersection of faith, history, and justice. I'm your host, Dr. Jamar Tisby. I'm a historian, an author, and the founder of Tisby Media. First of all, I want to encourage you to subscribe to my Substack. That is the best way to support the Justice Briefing podcast. So, I want to read a comment to you. There was someone who commented on last week's episode on Substack, and it was actually a very positive comment. So they reposted last week's episode and they said, I don't often watch political videos and recommend them even more sparingly, but this one is worth the time. Thank you very much. And they say, especially if you want a deeper understanding of this whole Christians rooting for Armageddon madness. You remember that's some of the rationale supposedly out there for bombing Iran. So this person is saying, hey, this is a political video worth your time. But then they go on to say, nitpick, yes, the video includes a fair amount of plugging for Substack subscribers. But then they say it's better than watching YouTube and waiting for the skip button to get past yet another weight loss shot ad. So overall, I am very grateful for this person listening, of course, and for sharing and commenting. I do want to pause and say something about plugging for Substack subscribers. This is my full-time job, y'all. I stepped down from being a professor of history at a college so that I could go in full-time on Tisby Media. Why? Because the urgency of the moment demands it. The urgency of the moment demands it. It demands my full time and attention to the work of truth telling at the intersection of faith, history, and justice. And the reality is, I can reach a lot more people through this podcast, through Substack, through the Tisby Justice Academy, through films like I'm doing now than I can strictly through a classroom. And so this is not a side hustle or a hobby. This is how I keep the lights on. This is how I buy the cameras and the microphones and the computers to bring this information to you. So you are funding a mission. You are investing in truth telling. And if this kind of content is helpful to you, then I'm encouraging you to think about moving beyond passive consumer into active investor. And it's $7 a month. This is not designed to be too much of a burden on people. So that's why I say it every single episode. If this content is helpful to you, obviously listen, obviously share, obviously subscribe, obviously rate, obviously review, but also invest in the mission. We'll talk in a moment about a quote around budgets and the morality of budgets. Well, if we want to think intentionally about how we use our money, then I'm encouraging you to invest in this mission by becoming a paid subscriber at jamartisby.substack.com. So that's my weekly plug for you to become a paid subscriber. Let's get into this. Why do white Christians love James Tallarico so much? Well, first of
Well, good afternoon. Welcome to Stanley versus the World. Hey, Mackenzie. This is going to be kind of a longish opening video, but I know who Jamar Tisby is, but I haven't really watched a lot, and it's kind of a fascinating topic. And I'm going to play this quick short and then explain why I find, and this is going to wind up being a theme for the week. Maybe I ought to start doing themes for the week, but this particular conversation that Kimmy and I had yesterday, it made me think, and me being a history buff, made me think deeper. So let's watch this short. It's me and Kimmy, even though this is what's her name? JC. Can't even remember her name now. But let's hear this.
I think that her larger point is we're divided as a country. At what point do we move forward? Everyone's gonna have to check their sensitivities at the door and start taking steps to being a unified nation, like we kind of was before. But everyone's so sensitive.
No,
about every
we
single
were
thing.
never a unified nation.
We weren't this divided.
History- I'm sorry, what?
We were never this divided.
Absolutely, we were. There was a
I
whole
disagree.
civil war, remember?
And when it was over,
Do you remember the Civil War?
I mean, I wasn't alive
Do
for it,
you
but I
know
do
about
remember it.
all these insurrections and rebellions? There were, before the country was a country, there were slave revolts. After 1776, there were slave revolts. There's Wilmington. Do you know about Wilmington? Do you know
Yeah.
about Tulsa? There all the lynchings and stuff. That's not a unified country.
But all of our revolts in the modern age has been very small and very niche.
No.
Yeah.
You said we weren't we were more unified in the past.
Mhm.
History doesn't bear out
More than
that.
now. Now it's just
No,
dysfunctional.
I'm saying no. We're more unified now than we were 100 years ago.
I don't see that, Stanley. I think that her larger point is we're divided as a country. At what point do we move?
This is actually something that fascinates me, and I don't know that it's necessarily. It seems to be a black MAGA point, and I don't mean to demean Kimmy. She's much more than black MAGA. She is actually a thinker, but this is what happens when you don't know the history of the United States very well. It is that we're unified at all that we've made it 250 years is kind of a miracle. We tend to be unified, at least, at a 30,000-foot view around, I'll say Christianity and or liberalism. And I'll come back to that maybe later in the week. But we have never been a unified country. When the Constitution was written, one of the fantasies of George Washington was that there would be no political parties. There'd be like a uniparty and we'd all get along. And pretty much by the end of the Constitutional Convention, there were Federalists and Anti-Federalists. There was North and South. There was pro-slavery and abolitionist. There's never been unity. As a matter of fact, Madison wanted a lot of is fractionalization even a word? It was literally everyone being a check and balance against themselves. Unity wasn't really even part of Madison's plan, George Washington aside. I don't know where we ever got this idea that we were more unified. Have you ever heard of the 60s? Have you ever heard of race riots in the earlier 20th century in Chicago? Rodney King, George Floyd. Pretty much every way you can think of that we can be divided, we are. And the only thing that keeps us together is we don't want to be, freedom, I think, is a concept, freedom / liberty. And in my opinion, they're kind of related, but two slightly different concepts, which I may get into later this week, I may not. And the idea that, say, civil rights in the 60s, and, blacks had been fighting for civil rights ever since like 1876. There was a civil rights bill then. I don't know where the idea that we were ever, we all get along, but getting along doesn't necessarily mean we're unified. We are not a monoculture. Go read Colin Woodard. We're geographically separated. We are regionally separated. New England and the South, the Yankees and the Rebels. It's always been, a lot of checks and balances to be nice, or just enmity. And I was going to bring up this idea that Jim Crow was a golden age for Black people. Again, ahistorical. And I was about to say something and forgot what I was going to say, but oh, that's right. Kimmy says that, the issues that people that divide us now are niche. No, they're not niche. Okay, the LGBTQ thing is literally about civil rights. That's not niche. Fighting for civil rights, fighting for equality, that's not niche. That's literally like ontological in a way. It's not niche. Stop diminishing. Any fight for civil rights is by definition not niche. Even if, people think it's silly. People may think it's silly that someone's fighting to put boys and girls sports and all that bullshit. It's really just surface level. It's basically not looking at things nuanced. And then the other thing, and someone actually, I was listening to a Substack interview today. It was Jason Stanley, I think, who I wanted to show today, but may not get around to. But he's one of my favorite, like modern day philosophy guys. Um, and I'll get into that later too. But his point is that no one ever talks about trans men. It's always trans women. And that tells you something. Um, the basic it's like um trans misandry or trans what is it? Is misandry the male version uh of misogyny? I think it is. So no one ever talks about trans women. No one ever talks about girls being a kicker on a high school football team. No one ever has a problem with that. It's always the opposite. So that kind of tells you where we're going. And I'm gonna get back to uh Tisdale here. But the bottom line is the idea that Americans have always been in lockstep. It's just there. You can look at it three ways from Sunday, and no, it just has never been. And in a way, it's by design. Read your Madison, folks. Um, read your read your Lincoln, a team of rivals where he wanted a cabinet where, people would butt heads ideologically every now and again. So it's baked into American culture. It is adversarial. Why do you think we're so litigious? We sue the shit out of each other. So let us get back to this. And if I get bored with it, we'll move on. There are news articles and then, the kind of the normal format. But I didn't hear all of this, but I heard like the opening 15 minutes and it sounded interesting. And it's about James Tallarico. And I know Queen Sunkissed had some issues with James Tallarico. And frankly, I couldn't really discern. So hopefully Jamar Tisdale does a better job of articulating these points. And by the way, I'm not absolutely sure I even agree with the black church being that political, because blacks did not have, a large portion of the time there was a black church. Blacks didn't have voting rights. So I want to hear it. He's a historian, so he will know better than I do. He's taught it at the college level. He's a PhD, etc. So I got to hear his argument. Not sure I agree that the black church was that political. It was a lot more salvation based, the reward you get after this life is over. And that's by design as well.
First of all, this is not criticizing Tallarico. This is not a commentary on his fitness for office. This is not questioning anyone's faith. It's nothing like that. This is around context. This is about how people are viewing and perceiving him and why. It's also about the chronic addiction of many white people to completely discount Black people in general and Black Christianity specifically. So that's why I'm talking about this. So don't hear what I'm not saying, as one of my old pastors used to say. Don't hear what I'm not saying. I'm not saying anything about him really as a politician or his policies. What I'm talking about is how he talks about his faith, how white Christians are perceiving that. All right. So there we go. It's about the white Christian imagination and its blind spots. It's about the white Christian imagination and its blind spots, just to put it in a nutshell. So, first of all, where is this coming from? I've been seeing this pattern for a long, long time. I have noticed it in various arenas in various ways, and it's been in the back of my mind for quite some time. But the reason why I wanted to talk about it, what finally encouraged me to talk about it in a full episode, is an article by a columnist named David French. He self-identifies himself as a religious and a political conservative, but he is not MAGA. He has been never Trump from the beginning. Uh, I have no animosity toward David French, and I've met him. We've been on a couple panels together. We're in the God and Country documentary together. Listen, not everyone we disagree with politically is an enemy. Can we put on our grown up brains here and understand, like, this is not a pile on for this author? Uh, it doesn't mean that we agree on everything. It doesn't mean we disagree on everything. I'm just dealing with the article that he wrote in public, which is what people do with my stuff too, because I write articles in public. So that's all this is about. And don't hear what I'm not saying. So he wrote an article called James Tallarico is a Christian X-Ray. This is in the New York Times. And in that article, he writes this sentence: that James Tallarico is one of the few openly Christian politicians in the United States who acts like a Christian. Listen again. David French wrote that James Tallarico is one of the few openly Christian politicians in the United States who acts like a Christian. Immediately, when I read that line, I said, you can only really write that sentence if you have one particular kind, one particular type, one particular demographic of Christian in mind. And you know what I'm talking about. White Christians, particularly white evangelical Christians. That's his unspoken audience and focus. And actually, that's fine. You can only cover so much in one article. What I wish he would have done is named that. Named that was his focus. White evangelicals, white Christians, white mainliners, whatever you want. Be specific, but be explicit. You should feel free, if you are a writer, a speaker, a communicator in any way, to be specific in your subject matter. But especially when you're dealing with issues of race, gender, class, do your best to be explicit about what you're being specific about. This is just bonus for you, y'all. I'm unpacking this in a way that talks about the larger framing. So again, this is not an attack.
This is literally.
I'm just like,
wait. If you're specific, you are explicit. Specific is by definition explicit because everyone knows what you're talking about. Where are we going with this?
Line, one of the few openly Christian politicians in the United States who act like a Christian. I'm like, what are you talking about? That's really what got me fired up. And then in the article, French goes on to say that the primary divide is not.
Yeah, Natasha, this is one of the few times I basically took the quote to, I edited it. Because what I did is the joke. Look, I think this week's theme is going to be America has never been that united. We are more united in 2026 than we were in 1926. To me, that's kind of like self-evident, but not everyone believes that. This is one of the benefits of, people should really read more history, and it can be boring. But the joke is e una plura means from one many. So the joke is from one tooth, you get many bristles on a toothbrush. It would probably be better if you called it a teeth brush, because most people have more than one tooth. It's just some nerd joke. But I thought instead of e pluribus unum, I do the opposite, e una plura. It's a play on Latin. And then if you look at the thumbnail, it says Latin is easy. It's all these. Probably I would be the only one to get the jokes. I do a lot of internal jokes. I laugh at my own jokes, basically. So Latin is easy. E una plura, e una plura, opposite of e pluribus unum. Now there's some tense issues there, but I haven't taken Latin in 40 years. Though I do still have my old high school Latin book, my old college Latin book, and a bunch of flashcards. But anyway, let's get back to Dr. Tisbury.
Not left or right. And he even says the primary divide isn't even policy. He says the primary divide is between decent and indecent. Then the equation changes. Tallarico shines. So I think what French is getting at in this article is that amid the MAGA extremists who call themselves Christians, Tallarico shines brightly because he is a politician talking about Christianity who actually acts like Jesus taught his followers to act. And that's refreshing. Takes nothing away from that. French goes on to say, he talks about orthodoxy, orthopraxy, orthocardia, and goes on to explain orthocardia means what it sounds like, having a right heart. In essence, it means that our beliefs and behaviors flow from our heart. And all French is saying is like, he wants to see more of that in politicians who are, as he says, faith forward. I've used that phrase too, faith forward, as politicians. And because Tallarico acts much more like a Christian than many politicians on the right who call themselves Christian, he says that Tallarico is winning people over because of the orthocardia, because of character, because of acting decently. And he writes, I also know that Tallarico won't win over many truly conservative Christian voters. He's far too progressive. But there are legions of weary Americans who aren't motivated primarily by ideology, and those are exactly the people who talk to me about Tallarico. So James Tallarico is appealing to a certain kind of voter.
No, I disagree with this assessment. Now, I'm not a religious guy, even though I was trained literally from the cradle to be one. One day I'll tell the story of how and this is so typical if you are just raised Catholic and you do Catholic schools for 12 years. I remember exactly my moment of independence. It was during morning prayer in homeroom. And, they do the morning prayer every morning over the PA system. And I don't know, I must have been in a bad mood or something. So, I guess I'll tell the story now. So, I think they used to get a student to read the morning prayer, like random students. So, every morning the prayer would end with, we ask this in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. And you know what? I just went, who? And, it was silent. Everybody has their head bowed, pretending to pray mostly. and I was just a fucking annoyed. And and when I asked who, everybody died laughing except for the, except for the homeroom teacher, of course, who happened to also have been my French teacher. So anyway, I think religion is very personal. I almost cringe when I hear people who want to evangelize. It makes me cringe. Like, you know what? I want to hear about your thoughts on religion. I have my own. So,
Especially a certain kind of white voter, specifically a certain kind of white Christian voter who may not be full on MAGA, who probably still identify as conservative politically, socially, who identify as Christian, whether mainline Catholic, but most likely evangelical Protestant, who just are yearning for someone who sounds like Tallarico. We're going to get to the fact that Black Christian politicians have been doing the same thing for a long time without the attention. But let me just pause here for a minute and acknowledge what Tallarico's doing right and well. So it's not just that he's knowledgeable about faith. Tallarico is a seminarian getting an advanced degree in theology. God bless you. I went through seminary. 107 credit hours total is what I earned. Took me 5 years. Got my master's in divinity. It is a slog. It's exciting at some points, but like school, it's a trudge at some points too. You're doing all that while running a statewide campaign in the great state of Texas. So he knows his stuff, but that's not what the appeal is. He speaks very well. I mean, this guy sort of like thinks and writes in viral one-liners. It's really a sight. I mean, he's an excellent communicator, but that alone isn't it. It's not just the messenger, and it's not just how clearly the messenger communicates. It's what he's talking about. It's the content. And specifically, it's who and what his content is rebutting, is opposing. What am I talking about? Get to the point, Jamar. All right. What I'm saying is this. The reason why white Christians love James Tallarico is he is speaking directly and explicitly against white Christian nationalism. And he is a messenger that appears to break ranks with the typical white Christian nationalist demographic, which is to say, he's a white politician who talks about his faith, but he does it in a subversive way where you would expect a white politician talking about their Christian faith to sound like the far right MAGA pro-Trump crowd. He is a white Christian politician who is emphasizing much different teachings, namely the teachings of Jesus. So where you have a
okay, can someone help me out? There is nothing that I've heard that Tisbury has said that okay, and isn't that what we expect? I don't get where this is going. So maybe somebody can help me in the chat.
frame of Christianity and politics. Many people envision or hear in their mind people like Mike Pence, Ted Cruz, Mike Johnson, Pete Hegseth. The list goes on and on and on. In this regime, in this administration, you pretty much have to call yourself Christian, right? That's part of the national identity.
Again, I'm not, last time I was in church Well, I do have to say, last time I attended any sort of Catholic mass, well, I guess it was my mother's funeral a couple years ago. So never mind. But it just sounds like, I think you could make this particular video 15 minutes instead of what is this, 40 some minutes, 48 minutes, just by saying most of the Hegseths of the world are Old Testament Christians. They're fire and brimstone. Talarico is a little bit more um, New Testament. That's easy enough. Excuse me, that's easy enough for folks to understand. And I would agree with that point. Talarico, um, in some weird way, shape, or form, he's almost Obama like. And I think this is my and God damn it. I hope Queen, I offended Queen Sunkissed in my typical stupid way. Too much beer and she just went too far. So, I'll say I'm sorry, but that's a different thing. I will emphasize that black people have the same racial hangups as a lot of white people. It is very obvious. Um, her girl lost. The gum popping, but very educated woman lost. Talarico's a more viable candidate in Texas. And again, we're essentially a racist culture. Of course, they're going to like the white man, young white man who's a seminarian in Texas. And it is what it is. This is the weird thing about pragmatism in politics. Maybe it's some utilitarianism. Sometimes you just have to admit that, the guy he stands a better chance of beating a James Cornyn or a Ken Paxton than Jasmine Crockett does, for the same reasons that someone like a Queen Sunkissed doesn't like Talarico. It's America is fundamentally a racist culture, and people don't like it when I say that. I'll just leave it at that. But I have ample evidence across disciplines. So
Identity that they're trying to create by saying America is a Christian nation, well, then its political leaders must be, and that's the far right MAGA framing. But then you hear how they speak. You hear them talk, and it sounds nothing like Jesus. You hear them spew lies as easily as breathing. You see what they do, covering up for sexual abusers, not releasing the Epstein files, cheering on a war in Iran that is not approved by Congress and costing us billions by the day and by the week. You see their behavior and how they treat immigrants, people seeking asylum, refugees, when their own savior that they claim, Jesus Christ, was a migrant. And you see that and you're like, that is not the Christianity of Christ. And how dare they? I hope you get mad. How dare they use the Lord's name in vain? That's what it means. That's what that commandment means. Using the Lord's name in vain is not about cussing. It's about doing things in God's name that God would never condone. And you see so many politicians who call themselves Christian doing that same thing all the time. So when James Talarico comes along and he references the Sermon on the Mount, justice for the poor, the prophetic tradition of Christianity, it's like, Finally, where has this been? It's a breath of fresh air. And you wish more people did it. So I get that. Here's an example of how Tallarico communicates. Uh, in a sermon from 2023, he said, Jesus liberates, Christian nationalism controls. Jesus saves, Christian nationalism kills. Jesus started a universal movement based on mutual love. Christian nationalism is a sectarian movement based on mutual hate. This is what I'm talking about. Why do white Christians love James Tallarico so much? Because he goes after and names white Christian nationalism explicitly in his speeches, in his talk. And so when white Christians hear Tallarico, they're hearing someone who is refreshing, someone who is subverting the far right MAGA white Christian nationalist rhetoric, and someone who they can quote, someone whose clips they can share, someone whose videos they can send to their MAGA uncle or aunt or whoever. You get what I'm saying, right? So that's the appeal. But there is a tradition that gets forgotten in the mix, and that is the Black Christian political tradition. So when I read that line that French wrote, that Tallarico is one of the few openly Christian politicians in the United States who acts like a Christian, immediately, my mind goes to the myriad Black Christian politicians of whom you could say the exact same thing, that they are Christian politicians who actually act like Christians, whether in their policies and hopefully in their private lives. But the Black Christian political tradition has produced incredible leaders that have changed the course of this nation's history. Who am I talking about? Folks like Frederick Douglass, Sojourner Truth, Ida B. Wells, Martin Luther King Jr., Coretta Scott King Jr., Coretta Scott King, Prathia Hall. I can go on and on. By the way, if you want to learn more about them, they're in this book, The Spirit of Justice, True Stories of Faith, Race, and Resistance. It's not all about the Black Christian political tradition. In other words, it's not all about political figures, but there are many political figures in this book who you can learn about. Nobody bought this book because it's about good news and hope and resisting. People bought this book because it's about bad news and white Christians acting badly and the salaciousness of religion. But folk don't like to pay attention to how religion, how the Christian faith has often moved toward freedom, liberation, multiracial, pluralistic, participatory democracy. Oh, you getting the real deal, JT, on today. I don't know what happens. Maybe something in the water. But how come we show up to hear about white Christians behaving badly and just confirm, yeah, I knew they were awful, or religion saying, yeah, see, I knew it was awful. It justified slavery, justified segregation, justified voter suppression, subverted civil rights. How come we show up for that, but we don't show up for the people who are shining light and pushing forward and believing in hope that tomorrow can be better than today? And they're doing it because of their faith. And obviously, it's not only religious people, it's not only Christians who are pursuing justice, but when it is, do we show?
I don't know. I think his argument is good about, the Black Christian political tradition, but somehow or another, it just rings as in and of itself kind of not acknowledging that the only place a Black person like, Frederick Douglass kind of broke some traditions, but he got his start in the church. He learned a lot of reading from the Bible, but the thing is that being a plantation preacher or something in that vein was the only way you could even be a leader back then. So I don't know. I have mixed feelings about this argument. I don't think it's that good an argument. Um, if you've ever heard Rush Limbaugh talk about the Reverend Jackson, dude, um, in a way, I honestly think Barack Obama, part of his appeal is he wasn't a Jesse Jackson, or he was a member of a church and all that stuff, and there was the controversy with damn it, I can't think of Barack Obama's Chicago preacher's name. I'd think of it in a minute, where he went, damn the United States or something like that. But Barack Obama didn't come off as particularly religious, like a Jesse Jackson. So I actually think Jesse Jackson Jr. just lost a Democratic primary. I wonder if that doesn't actually work against Black folks. I don't know. I'd have to think about it. It's really the first time I've heard this argument. I'd have to think about it, but I'm not buying this argument hook, line, and sinker.
Show up in the same way when we critique religion.
What's up, Imperious? Bill Ayers.
Who comes to mind?
By the way, it's
today
Ayers.
when you think of the Black Christian political tradition.
Bill
Because it's not just
Ayers.
historical.
I don't know
It's
where
not
that
just
comes
past
in.
tense, it's happening right now. People are building on
I don't
that
think
legacy.
Bill
Who
Ayers
comes
was
to
very
mind for you?
religious.
Just off the top of my head, Raphael Warnock, Jesse Jackson, Freddie Haynes. These are actual politicians, but there are so many people who are not in elected office who are still talking publicly about politics from a standpoint of faith. And so then you can name William Barber, Otis Moss III, Latasha Jackson, Black Voters Matter. Like, you can go on and on and on and on and on and on and on, but people don't consider these Black political leaders Christian. There's a couple of reasons for that. Number one, it has very traditionally been the case in Black Christianity that there is not a sharp public, private, sacred, secular, political, local divide. That is to say, faith infuses all of life. It's a holistic vision of Christianity that you don't turn it on or shut it off depending on the situation. It goes with you and infuses your thinking and your talk wherever you go, which is to say, the reason why it doesn't count for a lot of white people is because it's ubiquitous among so many Black Christian political leaders. They always talk about their faith. So it's not unusual like it is with white politicians. And by the way, it should be mentioned, the divide is not just like far right MAGA Christians and James Tallarico progressive Christians taking white Christian nationalism to task. There are many, many, many white Christian politicians who take their faith seriously. They may not be as vocal about it, but let's not forget, Biden was a Christian. On and on and on. Whoever you want to talk about, many of them claim religion. Most of them claim Christianity. Many of them are vocal about it. So again, who are we leaving out? Whose faith are we overlooking? But I want to focus on the racial divide within Christianity. So one of the reasons why people don't tend to look at Black Christian politicians and consider their Christianity in the midst of their political life is because there isn't this stark divide, and they talk about it more organically, I dare say, right? They don't have to give a Christian talk or a sermon. It just kind of flows out of them. Listen to the political speeches of Jesse Jackson. Watch this. I got one quote from I think it's from his 1988 speech. He says, suffering cultivates character, character fosters faith, and ultimately faith will not disappoint. That's a Bible verse. He's sort of paraphrased it, but that's all throughout his conversation, all throughout his talk. When you look at something called the Rainbow Coalition, which is what he was advocating for as his political platform of bringing all kinds of people together, all different races, all different nationalities, all different ethnicities under this coalition, all different classes. That is an idea rooted in the image of God, rooted in his understanding as a Christian of human dignity. By the way, it was the Reverend Jesse L. Jackson, right? Ordained Baptist minister. He got a degree from Chicago Theological Seminary. He just passed away, and we don't necessarily, in the broader sphere of New York Times opinion articles, talk about Jesse Jackson's political theology, the way he incorporated his religion and his faith. And I'll say this, because there are probably people right now saying, well, I don't want any politician to talk about religion and politics. Guess what? Not going to happen, because what you're presuming is that someone can come to politics and policy completely devoid of their own convictions, of their own ethical stances, of their own vision of morality. Now, you may not get that from religion, but you get it from somewhere, whether it's Enlightenment philosophy, whether it's your own experience, whether it's Far Eastern religion, whatever it is. So there is a separation between church and state. There isn't necessarily a separation between faith and politics, simply because one's firmly held convictions about their religion will inform what they view as right and wrong, and therefore shape their policy decisions. So there's no human on the planet, whether religious or irreligious, that can come as a blank slate to the task of political leadership. The question is, how are they interpreting their strongly held convictions, whether religious or secular, in the realm of policy and political leadership? What I'm saying is, the way Black Christians have interpreted their religion when it comes to policy and political leadership has traditionally led to an expansion of civil rights, an expansion of democratic participation. But then the question is, why don't we count that when we look at folks like James Tallarico and we're like, oh my God?
Well, I can tell you why. If you've ever heard SKC or even Imperius talk about it, they think blacks were given rights. SKC and I have talked at length over several times. SKC asked me the question, once, well, how do you think black people got their freedom? And my response was, they wanted to be free. If they didn't want to be free, they would have been a lot more submissive than, say, a Denmark Vesey or Nat Turner. Black people wanted to be free. There were probably thousands of slave revolts. Even if you just say, no, I'm not doing that shit, that's a revolt. They think black people were given, black Americans, the the ancestors of we legacy black Americans, they think, oh, hey, we did them a favor. That's why. They don't think black people did anything. They think black people were given. So that's why.
Gosh, he's talking about religion. He's talking about Christianity in such a different way, such a refreshing way. He doesn't sound like these MAGA Christians. Where has he been? Where have you been?
Okay, and I'm going to say right now,
you been?
If you're an Old Testament kind of guy like Pete Hegseth, are you really a Christian? Christians are like more New Testament people. I see a lot of MAGA folks like Hegseth is more Old Testament. And who knows what Stephen Miller is?
Anyone ever heard of Raphael Warnock? A U.S. Senator from Georgia. Literally a reverend, a minister literally preaching from the same pulpit as Martin Luther King Jr. and his daddy, Ebenezer Baptist. One of the and then you got somebody saying Tallarico is one of the few openly Christian politicians in the United States who acts like a Christian. Well, Warnock is just the most obvious example. Listen to one quote from him. A vote is a kind of prayer for the kind of world we desire for ourselves and for our children. And I think our prayers are stronger when we pray together. A vote is a kind of prayer for the kind of world we desire for ourselves and for our children. That is a faith forward politician who is not sounding like a white Christian nationalist. Warnock also said that this is a bit of his rhetorical flourish. Warnock said, Jesus is the biggest victim of identity theft in the country. Jesus is the biggest victim of identity theft in the country. That gets back to taking the Lord's name in vain, that a lot of people are out there claiming to be Christians and acting in ways that don't look anything like Jesus, claiming that Jesus is and does things very differently than what scripture teach us. So Warnock says, biggest victim of identity theft in the country. The Black Christian political tradition treats justice as a natural expression of faith, not a novelty. The Black Christian political tradition treats justice as a natural expression of faith, not a novelty. And maybe that's another reason why so many white Christians completely overlook the Black Christian political tradition, because justice is the norm, not a novelty. I think the other reason a lot of people, a lot of white people overlook the Black Christian political tradition is they don't know. Ignorance, pure and simple. However, I think it's a culpable ignorance at this point. It is not an ignorance that we can excuse. So, for many white people, their worlds are so
Did he say
white-centered
culpable?
that it never
Interesting.
even enters their thinking to ponder Black Christian political expressions. Maybe they just take it for granted because it's so common. But I think at least as likely is that they truly don't know. They truly don't know. They truly haven't paid attention. Chris Jones, when I used to live in Arkansas, I paid close attention to the gubernatorial race between Chris Jones and Sarah Huckabee Sanders. Both ran faith forward campaigns. Sarah Huckabee Sanders ran a MAGA far right white Christian nationalist faith forward campaign. Chris Jones is a Black man, ordained, and has a PhD from MIT, and brilliant, and ran a faith forward campaign in the Black Christian political tradition. People talked all about how Sarah Huckabee Sanders was perverting the faith. Very little attention to how Chris Jones was interpreting the faith in his political campaign. More recently, Charles Booker, now I'm in Kentucky, so I'm paying attention here. Charles Booker is a Black candidate for Senate running for Mitch McConnell's seat. He did his campaign video announcement in a church, talking about justice, talking about poverty, talking about health care, talking about a living wage. Who's talking about Charles Booker and the way he's interpreting his faith when it comes to politics? But you got all this attention, all this conversation, people appearing on the Colbert Show talking about James Tallarico's faith. And what? The Black Christian political tradition just counts for nothing? Well, you have that tradition to thank for a lot of the progress we have seen in justice, in civil rights, and in politics. So overlook it if you want, but it's a culpable ignorance. The other reason a lot of white people don't pay attention to the Black Christian political tradition is because they think it's wrong. They stand opposed to it. They think it is at least inferior to white Christian expressions, or they think it's outright heretical, that it's not even Christian. And yes,
Now, I have to admit, I've never heard anyone make the argument that, um, it's unchristian. I just think that, I don't know, to be honest, I haven't maybe paid attention because surely there must be criticisms from the Christian right. But I guess it was liberation theology, that sort of thing. Um, I don't know. I don't know that I've ever heard that kind of critique. So I don't know what I'm talking about. I'll have to defer to Dr.
I've
Tisbury.
said this. People to this day continue to believe that Black Christianity in general and the Black Christian political tradition in particular is inferior or wrong. So the ignorance isn't necessarily malicious, but what I'm talking about now, people who think the Black Christian political tradition is inferior or wrong, that is malicious. That is a deliberate racial and intellectual arrogance to say that there is nothing to learn or nothing of value or very little to learn or very little of value from Black Christians. That's a different issue. That's an issue of your heart. That's an issue of pride. That's an issue of arrogance. That's an issue of willful blindness. So it's very easy to see why white folks are overlooking this. So I got a lot to say, y'all. I could talk more and more about Jesse Jackson, but we've touched on that. I just want to say that now let's talk about James Tallarico and Jasmine Crockett. They were both running for the Democratic nomination for Senate. It's a big deal. This is Texas. They are red through and through at the state and national level. But here we had two really qualified people. Jasmine Crockett already being a congressperson and a rep from Texas, and James Tallarico being a state rep now running for Senate. Either one of them is qualified, will likely do a great job. It is a good problem to have when you have two really good candidates running against each other in a primary. That's the way it's supposed to work. And we can go through the ins and outs of each of their campaigns, what they did right, maybe missteps. I'm not a political analyst like that on that level. I just want to talk about the faith element. I want to talk about how people made such a big deal about James Tallarico's Christianity, but hardly a mention of Jasmine Crockett's Christianity. Crockett is a preacher's kid. Her daddy was a preacher. She talks about her faith all the time. Again, like a lot of Black Christian politicians, it's not some special point by point refutation of white Christian nationalism or anything like that. It's infused in the entire way she thinks and speaks. And it's consistent. It's constant. She's been shaped by church culture, and that comes out in her policies. And let's talk about the fact that her pastor, Freddie Haynes III, the pastor of Friendship West Baptist Church, is a nationally known preacher. He won the Democratic primary for the 30th congressional district in Texas, where Crockett was. They coordinated. So now you have a pastor of a large and well-known church in Texas who is an incredible communicator. Just listen to the guy. Just look up any of his sermons, Freddie Haynes. Now he is running and will likely win the congressional seat. So we didn't talk about that side. We didn't talk about that side of faith. Why? It was too much melanin. It was too much melanin in Crockett, too much melanin in Freddie Haynes to talk about their public faith, to talk about their Christian political tradition. I just think it's more than a missed opportunity. The Black Christian political tradition evolved under slavery, segregation, Jim Crow, political violence, voter suppression, authoritarianism, all the stuff that we're facing right now under this regime. Black folk and Black politicians have faced for generations. So why are you ignoring it? Why are you discounting it? Why are you overlooking the Black Christian political tradition? Because it holds wisdom to resist this regime right now. Y'all, Black Christian politicians, not perfect by any means, but they have done their work in the context of resisting authoritarian power, of organizing under-resourced and oppressed communities, and of doing so in a way that sustained hope when it looked hopeless. So why do we ignore that? Why do we ignore the voting rights organizing tradition? Why do we not know about the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party? Why do we not know about the role that churches and faith played in the civil rights movement? Not just that there were preachers or that there were Christians in the movement, but that church basements served as meeting places for organizing the march or the boycott or the protest, that churches were sites of leadership experience where you could serve as head of the deacon board or the usher board, where you could get called ma'am or sir, where you could exercise your gifts of speaking or singing or organizing. Why don't we understand more of that Black Christian political organizing tradition? Because here's the thing. Here's one of the ways I think about this. Why do white Christians keep missing the Black Christian tradition? Well, it's like religion. Religion is like language, right? And Christianity is one language of religion. And within Christianity, there are all these linguistic dialects. And just as English has like British English, American English, Southern dialects, African American vernacular English, Christian faith has dialects. White evangelical dialect, the Catholic fundamentalist dialect, Catholic social teaching dialect, Black liberation theology as a dialect, Pentecostal traditions as a dialect. Black Christians, we have always had to learn the white Christian dialect because it's been the majority, it's been the thing in power. We had to know how to maneuver it. We had to know how to operate in it. We had to know how to respond.
Okay, the one thing that never gets said, and again, I haven't read everything, nor do I know everything. Adopting Christianity was a way of assimilation. And sometimes I kind of, wonder why Booker T. Washington and his ilk didn't just say, well, hey, there is a whole Black Christian church. Isn't that assimilation enough? And I'm sure, like I said, I'm not a historian. I don't know this stuff. I wasn't trained in college to know this sort of stuff. A lot of it is just autodidact, and I've been reading about history and Black history since I was a child because my mother was into it. But I think a Black Christian church, a black church, that's assimilation enough.
Onto it. We had to know the dangers of it and the threats of it. We had to know how to come up within it. We have had to learn the white Christian dialects. But white Christians have never taken upon themselves to learn black Christian dialects. Not as a whole, not as a group, not in an ongoing, sustained way. And so, because many white Christians have never learned black Christian dialects, it sounds unfamiliar, uncomfortable. Remember Jeremiah Wright?
Honestly, and we will be listening to more of Jamar Tisbury. This is it's pretty thin gruel. I'm just not impressed by the argument. Why should white people have to learn about black Christianity? Really, there's some blunt things I could say about that kind of expectation, but I'm not going to do it. But this is not a good argument. It's ahistorical in a way, and he is a former history professor. I'm kind of surprised at how bad this argument is. I'm kind of surprised that he's even making the argument.
He said, if America doesn't live up to its promises, then it's not God bless America, it's goddamn America. White Christian America and white American Jones like, oh my gosh, oh no, he hates America. First, you didn't know anything about the black Christian political tradition. What he said was nothing radical or unusual. What he said wasn't even wrong. What he said was direct. What he said was prophetic. And too many white Christians are used to like milk toast in the middle. I don't want to sound political, so I'm going to tiptoe and skirt around the issue or not even talk about it at all. And then when somebody does, it blows your hair off. But if you were familiar with the black Christian political tradition, you would know Jeremiah Wright sounded not even as forthright as David Walker. David Walker's appeal to the colored citizens of America back in the 19th century. Y'all know like a line or two of Frederick Douglass. Man, listen to that man's speech. What to the slave is the 4th of July. He's not mincing any words. Y'all know a quote.
Okay, by the way, that wasn't even his best speech. It's the most poignant, maybe. It's not the best. It's not the best speech Frederick Douglass ever gave.
Or two about Ida B. Wells. Read her books. Read the Red Record. It is nothing new in the black Christian political tradition to be direct, to be prophetic. But because you don't know the black Christian dialect, it's offensive. It's uncomfortable. It's unintelligible. And some people don't even realize the dialect exists. Other people think it's corrupt. It's the same way that people dismiss AAVE as broken English and not legitimate and inferior, rather than a legitimate linguistic system, AAVE. That's the same way y'all treat the black Christian political tradition. It's a corruption. It's inferior. It's illegitimate. But it's you who miss out. It's you who narrow your world. So, here's why this matters now. A lot of white Christians are feeling trapped.
Let me help Big Dog. Politics, culture, religion, they're symbiotic, but the term or the saying that politics is downstream of culture, I think so is religion. You can't, culture is definitely a way to control people, set rules. I've made the I made the argument that, if humans, your tribe, your society is the hardware. Culture is the software. Um, and I'm also going to say this emphatically: most of the old YNs, name a panel, have no clue what culture is, and they are shit for brains when it comes to discussing culture in general, American culture in particular, and more specifically, Black culture. They literally sound dumb when they talk about it. And that's why when I go on panels, people get pissed off because I'm willing to tell them they don't know shit. So, um, anytime any of y'all want to talk culture, oh, I can do it. And separating culture from politics or religion, as a matter of fact, there's more division in the United States, in American culture. There's a bigger separation between politics and religion than there are other places. But both are children of American culture. Don't know why people don't seem to be able to realize that. But anytime uh, any one of y'all old YNs want to come up and talk culture, oh boy, it'll be a Stanley versus the world palooza because I can do it.
Between two options: either white Christian nationalism or a secular politics disconnected from faith. They see their choice as either I get on board with the white Christian nationalism of a Mike Johnson, or I have to leave my faith completely out of my political deliberations and somehow artificially become.
Well, Mackenzie, you have to understand that, one type of order, oh, excuse me, one type of order versus another type of order. Let's talk about, Western culture versus Islamic culture. Western culture tends to be Christian versus Middle Eastern culture, which tends to be Muslim. There are two different orders, two different cultures, um, clashing over territory or oil or whatever, land it may be. So there is not just one order, there's not just one piece. That's what culture is about. There's not just one culture. Cultures clash, hence the term. Um, it's a very, it's actually very orderly if you think as culture as the software of any given society. You know, sometimes you have code conflicts.
Secular when they really want to take their faith very seriously. But there is another option that's been there all along: the Black Christian political tradition. It resists authoritarian power, it organizes for democracy, and it grounds justice in their beliefs about faith. So that's all I got for you. I'm very disturbed by the fact that we act like someone like James Tallarico, no shade to him, is the only one or the best one expressing a relationship between faith and politics that's actually progressive and inclusive and democratic. You can only say that if you overlook the Black Christian political tradition and the many, 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 many current elected leaders and political commentators who are Black and Christian. And it's not simply an issue of adding to your knowledge. Do that. It's also an issue of resisting authoritarianism today. You are trying to start from scratch and reinvent the wheel in talking in a better way about faith and politics if you overlook the Black Christian political tradition. Now, you want to know more about that? I just finished a 5-part series called How the Black Christian Tradition, no, called How Black History Teaches Us to Resist Authoritarianism. You want to know more?
Let me put it to you this way. I think Cornell West would probably be deeper researched on this. Um, maybe Jamar wants to be the next Cornell West, but dude, he's not clicking on all intellectual cylinders here. He's not going deep enough. Just my opinion, though. So, this is a good point Mackenzie brings up. These cultures hate each other because of religion. Actually, yes, but not the more enlightened people. I don't know. There are levels to this, and I would. This is actually a very good point that I'll have to think about. So, thank you, Mackenzie. I mean, Islam. I mean, you could be Christian in the Ottoman Empire. Now they charge you tax. I forget what the term is for taxes, but religions have figured out how to get along over the centuries. Not for lasting pieces, not forever pieces, but within lifetimes at least. All right, so unfortunately, we have to do news. And honestly, I don't know where to put these two first stories before I get into Trump. So I'm just going to start off the whole thing with these two stories. This is that weird crash at LaGuardia where a civilian vehicle or a airport vehicle, I don't know if they were first responders or just what the deal was, but they hit a plane and the pilots died. My God. And apparently it was dark. So let's hear this. And man, that just sent chills up my spine. So let's hear it.
With that, let us bring in former NTSB investigator Alan Deal. And Alan, in the commercial break, Cheryl raised, I think, an important question from somebody who knows airplanes, from somebody who's been in that industry, and it was as follows. Do you believe this was a miscommunication or a sequencing error? Explain why that question is so important this morning.
Well, it may have been both. Of course, we've heard the tapes. I've only heard them once or twice. She may have heard them more times than that. But you got to keep in mind that these controllers are overseeing a delicate dance. You've got departing planes, you've got crossing ground traffic, you've got landing traffic, and it sounded like, and of course all this is very speculative and preliminary, that he cleared the Air Canada plane to land, and that's appropriate. And of course, the fire truck is responding to another incident. So everybody's trying to do their job, but somehow the timing got off. Okay. And now whether or not this was because of some sort of distraction, this is what the NTSB will have to sort out over the next days and weeks. And of course, we know they're en route. If they haven't already arrived at the scene, they're en route, and they'll go about very systematically analyzing the recorders aboard the aircraft and of course, interviewing the various people involved. And it's of course tragic that the two Air Canada pilots didn't make it. But given the weight of those vehicles, particularly the fire truck, it's not surprising to me. And as an airline rated pilot, I've never flown for the airlines, even though I have the license. When you're getting ready to land, you're trying to put that aircraft right on the end of the runway. touchdown zone, and you're not looking for traffic, ground traffic up ahead. So I can understand how, and that's why the cockpit voice recorder on the aircraft will be very, very critical to see whether or not they suspected that fire truck was not going to stop. So we'll have to wait and see what the NTSB comes up with, but hopefully we'll have some answers in the next several days, preliminary answers, and of course the final report will take months.
Alan, people waking up and hearing this news for the first time are going to wonder if confusion or lack of personnel sparked by the government shutdown could have been a factor here. What do you think about that?
Well,
wait, hold it. What the fuck? Wait, what the fuck does a TSA have to do? Dude, you know what? The best thing about this woman is her dress, apparently.
But I know that the controllers have been undermanned, and we saw this last year in the mid-air collision at Reagan Airport, where one controller was handling the duties of that are normally handled by two. You understand? There's normally I've been told, I understand that normally there's a ground controller that's talking to the trucks, okay, or the ground vehicles, and then there's what's called a local controller who's helping to land the aircraft. All right. So if that individual on this particular incident last night was doing both jobs, that'll be an issue. And I know Secretary Duffy has been trying to recruit.
You know what? The last plane this motherfucker piloted was a biplane. This dude should not be talking about this.
Controllers, they've been doing everything they can to accelerate the hiring, but that's certainly one thing that the NTSB will look into.
Well, also, we know that, the NTSB is, of course, your specialty, but we have to ask because I know that everybody watching who is a member of the flying public is going to wonder how a shutdown at a major airport like LaGuardia until 2 p.m. at the earliest could impact their flight. So what do you think about that? What flying will be like today, given the pre-existing bottlenecks that are already taking place?
Well, things are going to get worse. And of course, at LaGuardia, they have another runway, and I suspect they may be able to open that's intersecting runway, but it'll be probably a day or two before they get the wreckage off and allow traffic to resume on both runways, the mishap runway 04 as well as the other runway. So it'll come back. They'll try to do it expeditiously, but NTSB is very meticulous, and they want to make sure they've got all the evidence, looking at things like skid marks on the pavement. So I have great faith that all the evidence is out there. It'll just take several days to get a preliminary understanding of what happened. Yeah. And you're right. It may be a communication problem, or it may just be a workload problem, or it could be a distraction. We don't know, but until they interview the people, we'll have to hold our judgment.
And a messy situation in terms of the traffic going on physically at our airports around the country. The lines is just going to get worse and worse and worse. But let's remember, that is not the major tragedy here. 2 people have lost their lives, the pilots of that Air Canada plane. Alan, thank you very much.
So is EWR, damn it. Yeah, I've been into Newark a few times over the years.
President Trump said that.
So I don't know. You got to have faith. I mean, even now, Mackenzie, it's safe to fly, just not as safe. Okay, so here's the other story that I couldn't fit it into where I wanted to go with the divisive America concept. No idea what this means, but look who's back in the headlines. So Bill Cosby loses sex assault lawsuit and faces a $19 million judgment. A California jury found that Mr. Cosby had abused Donna Motzinger in 1972 after inviting her to attend one of his comedy shows. I'm not sure I even feel like being, he lost a civil suit, much like Trump did. I'm not I'm not going to get knee deep into it, other than money. What is it? Oh, what is the damn it? This is what being old means. What did uh money something's everything? Hmm. Money changes everything. And I think that money corrupts. So let us move on to where I'm much more comfortable with bashing Trump. And let's see, is my buddy Big Dog still there? Big Dog, please tell me you did not leave. Oh, good, you're still there. Now's your Trump bashing. Let me drop the link. And I'm sorry, sometimes I forget, sometimes I don't want to, but now that I'm going into Trump bashing, I do want to. So it is a dare link for those who dare. So there we are. Link is pinned, and it's called the dare link. And by the way, I'm I'm a little into my Coors Light, but I don't know. My son is here and doing what he does, and my father-in-law left today, so I can misbehave. I can misbehave until Thursday morning. Then I have to be all chaste and good little boy-ish. But son's doing fine. He is about he's he's surviving Georgia Tech because he was prepared. And I think he's gonna be fine. I don't think he's gonna need his daddy. You know, and good for him. I have my own things I want to do. And I would, you know what? I'm in the mood to flirt a little bit with I have my own characters, my own women that I'm gonna be handing out phone numbers to here pretty goddamn soon. I'm taking over my son's old iPhone 13 because I need a new phone and I'm too cheap to do it. So it'll the iPhone 13 will work fine for me. So Trump says U.S. is postponing some strikes as it negotiates into war with Iran. Well, surprise, surprise, surprise. Gomer Pyle for president finally recognizes that, goddamn, if you bombed everything and they haven't given up, what more can you do but negotiate? And I guess maybe that's a strategy. Give them nothing to negotiate over. But I don't think Trump is that bright. And then you got Russia and China running interference on Iran's behalf. Let's see how this goes. The president's announcement sent markets soaring and energy prices diving as investors bet Iran's blockade of a key shipping choke point could soon end. Don't bet on it. Don't bet on it. Iran blasts because Iran blasts Trump's claims of direct talks as fake news aimed at manipulating markets. Iran says, what? I don't know whether it's true or not, but I don't trust Trump. Half of what he says is just what he dreams up while he's knocking on Melania's door at night, asking, can he have a kiss? So drop site is reader funded. Oh shit, can't read that. On Monday, Iran forcefully denied claims by President Donald Trump that the U.S. and Iran are in the midst of negotiations to end the war, saying that no direct talks are occurring. Trump claimed on Monday via Truth Social that good and productive conversations had taken place with Iranian officials over the past 2 days, backtracking from a Saturday threat to destroy Iranian energy infrastructure if Iran did not open the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours. Well, he's already going against his points. It's a mess, and it's a mess that just didn't have to be. So Iran could be saving face. Trump could be saving face. And I'm going to be quite honest with you. The Ayatollah and Donald Trump, or the Iranian government, Donald Trump is not exceptional when compared to any given Ayatollah. He is just, he's not presidential. He's not regal. He's just wanting to make a deal. Bakshish. Donald Trump is the bakshish president of history will remember him as the bakshish president. What's up, Calvin? So let us move on. In this, I want to listen to a little bit of Israel thought it could spur rebellion inside Iran. That hasn't happened, and it won't. Look, how can rebellion happen when people are ducking their heads, hoping their kids don't get killed by Tomahawk missiles while they're in school? Donald Trump has done zero to inspire rebellion. And quite frankly, I don't think Israel doesn't want rebellion. They want Palestine, or they want Gaza for Iran. And I think Iranians probably get that point.
Israel thought it could spur rebellion inside Iran. That hasn't happened. This article is by Mark Mazzetti, Julian E. Barnes, Edward Wong, and Ronan Bergman, and read by an automated voice. As the United States and Israel prepared to go to war with Iran, the head of Mossad, Israel's foreign intelligence service, went to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu with a plan. Within days of the war's beginning, said David Bernea, the Mossad chief, his service would likely be able to galvanize the Iranian opposition, igniting riots and other acts of rebellion that could even lead to the collapse of Iran's government. Mr. Bernea also presented the proposal to senior Trump administration officials during a visit to Washington in mid-January. Mr. Netanyahu adopted the plan. Despite doubts about its viability among senior American officials and some officials in other Israeli intelligence agencies, both he and President Trump seemed to embrace an optimistic outlook. Killing Iran's leaders at the outset of the conflict, followed by a series of intelligence operations intended to encourage regime change, they thought, could lead to a mass uprising that might bring about a swift end to the war. Take over your government. It will be yours to take, Mr. Trump told Iranians in his initial address at the war's start, after saying they should first seek shelter from the bombing. 3 weeks into the war, an Iranian uprising has not yet materialized. American and Israeli intelligence assessments have concluded that the theocratic Iranian government is weakened but intact, and that widespread fear of Iran's military and police forces has dampened prospects both for nascent rebellion in the country and for ethnic militias outside of Iran to launch cross-border incursions. The belief that Israel and the United States could help instigate widespread revolt was a foundational flaw in the preparations for a war that has spread across the Middle East. Instead of imploding from within, Iran's government has dug in and escalated the conflict, striking blows and counterblows against military bases, cities, and ships around the Persian Gulf, and against vulnerable oil and gas installations. This account is based on interviews with more than a dozen current and former American, Israeli, and other foreign officials, most of whom spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss national security and intelligence issues during a war. The New York Times interviewed officials with a variety of views on the likelihood of an uprising. Since Mr. Trump's first speech, American officials have largely abandoned speaking publicly about the prospects for revolt inside of Iran, yet some remain hopeful that one could materialize. Though his rhetoric has become more tempered, Mr. Netanyahu still says the American and Israeli air campaign will be aided by forces on the ground. You can't do revolutions from the air, he said during a news conference on Thursday. He added, there has to be a ground component as well. There are many possibilities for this ground component, and I take the liberty of not sharing with you all those possibilities. Mr. Netanyahu also added that it is too early to tell if the Iranian people will exploit the conditions we are creating for them to take to the streets. I hope that will be the case. We are working toward that end, but ultimately it will depend only on them. Behind the scenes, however, Mr. Netanyahu has expressed frustration that Mossad's promises to foment revolt in Iran have not materialized. In one security meeting days after the war began, the Prime Minister vented that Mr. Trump might decide to end the war any day, and that Mossad's operations had yet to bear fruit. In the run-up to the war, current and former American and Israeli officials said, Mr. Netanyahu invoked Mossad's optimism about a possibility of an Iranian uprising to help convince Mr. Trump that bringing about the collapse of the Iranian government was a real...
I'm going to be honest. Are they really this stupid? What? Dude, if you level a country, rebel against what? Motherfucker, you've killed most of the leadership, and I'm looking at a building that's half rubble. Rebel against and for what? Dude, when people rebel, they don't just rebel against something, they rebel for something. Okay, the against has to be we're fighting for something. And Iranians have been around for millennia. I'm sorry, Persians have been around for millennia. It's not just Persians in Iran, by the way. But the thing is why would they fight for this pile of rubble? Dude, Netanyahu's a goddamn old fool, and Trump is you know what? I'm just going to get in trouble if I keep this up. Dude, fight for what? These guys are high on their own white supremacist supply. That's what I have to say about it. And Stacey Patton, how is Iran still fighting? The arrogance behind America's favorite war question. So so this is from Al Jazeera English. Did Israel miscalculate Iranian military capabilities? No. I think they miscalculated what Iranians want. They don't want their country bombed to shit, for starters. Let's see. All weekend long. Let's see. I'd have to hunt to find the auto reader. So all weekend long, I've been scrolling through social media, flipping between cable news clips and listening to the punditocracy talk in circles, trying to explain what they clearly didn't expect. Americans seem genuinely shocked that Iran hasn't been crushed by the United States and Israel. But what exactly were they told to expect? Look, you bomb buildings, that doesn't mean the people automatically want to go outside and dodge bombs. Dude, Trump thought that might make right shit would inspire people. Dude, this is like the dumbest president ever. Really? He thought that, precision guided tomahawks killing 100 and some girls in their school is going to inspire people. Dude, this is like 12th man dumb. God damn. So let's switch gears. Thank God. Let's move away from Trump's folly. So, and I think this is another silly request. State election chiefs demand Trump's DHS pick Mark Wayne Mullen ban ICE agents from polls. By the way, I kind of wanted to watch some of his confirmation hearing. More than likely, he'll be confirmed. Maybe there'll be a UFC cage match between Mark Wayne Mullen and Stephen Miller. I'd pay for that event. So, the threat has been ICE agents at voting stations in the states. That's not going to happen. They don't have enough ICE agents for starters. So I think it's cute, but I think it's a waste of time. ICE can't do that, especially if they're at airports. And who knows, they might still be replacing TSA agents come next November. So this is actually something I listened to earlier today. Supreme Court justices press Mississippi on mail-in ballot rules. And let's see. Yes, I did listen to it. From what I hear, the conservative justices seem inclined to crack down on some mail-in voting rules. I think states control that sort of stuff. Now, where states intersect and where the government gets its little foot in the door is, you've got soldiers overseas and soldiers in other states. So the mail-in ballot stuff, it actually is something that the U.S. Probably can regulate, whether you agree with the rules that they put in place or not. So let's see, what else do we have here? This actually made me laugh. Americans would trade jobs for cheaper eggs. And again, I'd have to hunt to get an AI reader for this. And by the way, most of the links are in the show notes. And everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. I always forget to mention that. If you are new to the channel, please subscribe to it. Kick the tires. See how you like the clown car. It's not always, it's not always bad. So let's see. But what about people? Same thing. I'm thinking of the military, but you're right. They're, people, embassy people, expatriates, that sort of thing. So, yep. Sorry, I left those people out. I think of the military. It's what I have more experience with. Let's see. What do you get when you cross a cost of living crisis with an unpopular war and tariff policies from the 1930s? For Donald Trump, the answer is a disaster. The public opinion landscape on the economy resembles an apocalyptic wasteland for the Republican Party, driven by immense economic dissatisfaction from a public crying out for lower costs. Donald Trump's approval ratings are plumbing all-time lows in our latest survey of national registered voters at the argument. And the argument is Jerusalem Dempsey's publication. She is the younger, more, I don't know if she's a progressive, but definitely a liberal Islamist. And this is the interesting thing. These polls that they are talking about Oh my God. And I like the way they broke it down. It's Trump 24 versus Harris 24 versus black versus Hispanic versus white versus 18 to 29 versus college slash white versus white slash no college. And you know, this is a Kimmy is wrong slam dunk. How do you think they get these polls? Because America tends to be divided by race, class. Donald Trump is historically unpopular. They're listing, Donald Trump is number one, Biden is number two. Trump's first term, um, Trump's first term, basically Trump both terms are very slightly less popular than Joe Biden. So Trump is less popular than Joe Biden, and that's why Biden won the second term, because Trump's first term is currently less popular than Biden's one term. It's a fucking mess. Oddly enough, Biden and Trump are very unpopular currently. So voters hate Trump's economy. This is Trump 24. Well, all registered voters, 60 to 40. Trump's economy, unpopular. Trump 2024, Harris 2024, black, Hispanic, white. 18 to 29, white slash college, white slash no college. Where did Kimmy ever get the idea that that this country is more divided, I wonder? We just figured out more ways to be divided, at least, in polling and stuff. We aren't fighting a civil war yet. So by definition or a priori, or it's self-evident that we're not in a shooting war with each other. Therefore, we are less divided than 1860. So let us move on again. The middle-class suburbanites who sell their blood plasma to get by. Speaking of Trump's economy, they're doing stories on selling blood to get by. And I've done that once or twice back in my salad days. So we got to listen to a little bit of this. Middle-class suburbanites who sell their blood plasma to get by. What's the going price on a pint of blood? Let's find out.
The middle-class suburbanites who sell their blood plasma to get by. This article is by Curtis Lee and Robert Gebeloff and read by an automated voice. Joseph Brasenio arrived at CSL Plasma around 8 a.m., just as the morning rush of donors was thinning out. He took a few small sips from his water bottle, preparing for what he ruefully described as his second job. 4 days a week, Mr. Brasenio, who lives in the Houston suburbs, works long shifts seated at the controls of a crane at a local waste disposal company, where he is a supervisor. It's his full-time job, and he earns around $50,000 a year. On 2 of his days off, he sits in a cushioned recliner for an hour with a needle in his left arm, donating blood plasma to be used in making certain medical therapies. Donating is a misnomer. He earns an average of $70 for each visit. That can be gas money, grocery money, money put into savings for emergencies, said Mr. Brasenio, who started going to this plasma collection center a year ago after struggling to find a part-time job that didn't conflict with his work schedule. He needed to do something to offset the increased costs of living. In this economy, it's expensive, he said, and donating helps. Every day, an estimated 215,000 people donate plasma, the yellowish liquid component of blood. Mr. Brasenio is among them. He is not jobless or facing eviction, but, like many in the American middle class, he is caught in the vice of rising expenses and wages that aren't growing fast enough to cover them. So he is turning to a method more commonly associated with the lowest income Americans. For people like him, an extra $600 or so a month can mean making a mortgage payment or covering increased health insurance costs. While no one publishes statistics on the exact incomes of people who sell their blood plasma, the location of the centers suggests a shift toward a less financially desperate clientele. A recent study by researchers at Washington University in St. Louis and the University of Colorado Boulder observed that while older plasma centers are clustered in low-income areas, newer centers were increasingly likely to open in middle-class neighborhoods. A New York Times analysis shows the trend has continued. Centers have sprung up in more than 100 such neighborhoods, in suburbs and wealthier sections of cities, since researchers finished collecting their data in 2021. In the Houston suburb of Webster, Texas, a short drive from the Johnson Space Center, 2 sites opened in 2022 along a stretch that perfectly embodies a certain slice of suburbia. The CSL Plasma location, where Mr. Briseño goes, is in a strip mall a few doors down from an Orange Theory Fitness, and BioLife Plasma Services, a little more than a mile away, is in a standalone building next to a man-made pond and a Charles Schwab branch. On recent mornings, people waited in long lines outside both locations. Many described themselves as middle class and said that even a few years ago they would not have imagined exchanging their plasma for cash. There was a 30-something tech worker trying to save for a house, a 6th-grade special education teacher looking to cover rising healthcare costs, a night shift nurse struggling to pay childcare fees. Most of them donate twice a week, the maximum allowed under Food and Drug Administration regulations, and earn an average of $70 per visit, although pay can vary depending on things like the collection amount and incentives. If people need to do this to supplement their incomes, then there are a lot of jobs out there just not paying high enough wages for people to live on, said Emily Gallagher, a professor of finance at the University of Colorado Boulder, and one of the authors of the study of the plasma industry. Mr. Briseño, 59, scrolled his phone as he donated plasma at CSL on a recent morning. There were many other places he would rather have been. At home with his wife, clocking overtime at his job, taking a vacation, which he had not done in years. It would be great to not have to do this for extra money, he said. A shadow safety net. The United States provides around 70% of the world's blood plasma. Because it is one of around a dozen countries that allow payment for plasma, a practice discouraged by the World Health Organization, the industry has established itself here. It has become a multi-billion-dollar business. In 2024, the United States exported $6.2 billion worth of plasma. For companies like CSL Limited and Takeda Pharmaceutical Company Limited, which own the centers in Webster, plasma is the raw material necessary to make some of their medical products, therapies for patients with immunodeficiencies, liver disease, and bleeding disorders, as well as burn victims. Between 2014 and 2021, the number of plasma centers in America more than doubled, according to the study. Today, there are around 1,200. The practice is considered safe, although there is little research on the long-term health effects, and serious adverse events and deaths are rare. In Canada, however, officials recently began investigating 2 deaths possibly tied to plasma centers owned by the company Bristles. Last year, donors in the United States produced 62.5 million liters of plasma, the highest volume ever collected and an 8% increase from the year before, said Peter Jaworski, a professor at Georgetown University who studies the economics and ethics of the global blood plasma industry. Mr. Jaworski said that more than in the past, plasma centers were looking for reliable donors, people who will show up at 3 p.m. if they reserved a donation time at 3 p.m., and could be finding them in more suburban areas. They want people who will come back and become repeat donors, he said. CSL said in a statement that it chose locations based on population density, along with factors like access to parking or public transportation. For decades, plasma centers have been concentrated largely in impoverished and under-resourced neighborhoods and faced charges of exploitation. In her 2023 book, Blood Money: The Story of Life, Death, and Profit Inside America's Blood Industry. Kathleen McLaughlin explored how plasma centers targeted, among others, laid-off auto workers in the Rust Belt and communities along the U.S.-Mexican border. There isn't anyone really that you'll find who's doing this for purely altruistic reasons, Ms. McLaughlin said. A lot of people like it because they get paid and they do something that they feel is giving back to society, but the primary motivation is always financial. The presence of these centers, however, might be offering people an alternative to predatory loans. When a plasma center opens in an area, the study found, demand for high-interest payday loans among younger borrowers declined nearly 20% within the first 3 years. Plasma donation centers function like a shadow safety net, said Mr. Jaworski, who has at times served as a paid consultant in the plasma industry. We have Lyft and Uber and different side gigs, and here's yet one more option. That was the reality that drew Mr. Briseño to donate. Even with careful budgeting, his savings account was stagnant. He and his wife have lived with their daughter, son-in-law, and young grandsons in a 2-story brick home in a sprawling subdivision for 3 years. It's the kind of place with lush lawns and homeowners association rules. Mr. Briseño, who has not received a raise in several years, helps pay part of the mortgage. He purchases groceries for the family. His health insurance co-pays kept rising. I was starting to pull from my savings because prices have been going up, he said. He was reluctant when a friend and neighbor encouraged him to donate for additional cash, but he needed the money. For me personally, this is not something I am the most proud of, he said, but it's quick and effortless and offers consistent pay. When Social Security isn't enough. The line outside CSL Plasma had grown to nearly 24 people. It was after 8 a.m., and the center should have opened an hour earlier. A nurse is running late, one woman, a regular, reassured each new arrival. People stood with blankets that would keep them warm inside the air-conditioned center. Others scrolled phones or listened to podcasts through earbuds. Arnold Williams arrived after driving 45 minutes to and from downtown Houston, where he had dropped off his wife at her administrative job. Mr. Williams, 66, who served in the Air Force and later worked in management at food distribution centers around the South, has donated plasma for the past year. He and his wife rent a 2-bedroom apartment for $2,100. Despite the income from her job and his $1,800 monthly benefits from Social Security, things are tight. He found himself using credit cards more and more to cover bills until his benefit checks arrived. It's in those in-between times where this is beneficial, said Mr. Williams, who donates on Monday and Thursday mornings. Each visit begins with a screening questionnaire that asks about everything from sexual history to medications. It then includes a brief check of vitals and a finger prick to measure the amount of red blood cells and protein levels. The hour-long donation process for Mr. Williams then begins, and he has about 1 liter of plasma collected. $60 was loaded onto a prepaid card. Donors can receive bonuses for returning frequently or referring others. Often, after Mr. Williams is done, he goes home to rest because donations sometimes leave him fatigued before driving in the evening to pick up his wife from work. Do I want to be doing this forever? He pondered after the recent morning session. No, but right now it's working to my benefit. Wendy Baker started donating plasma twice a week in December after seeing an advertisement on Facebook that promised $500 for first-time donors. Ms. Baker, 54, who has a college degree, left her job in biosciences about 2 years ago to deal with a personal matter. She and her husband and their 2 teenage daughters live comfortably on her husband's salary, but she was intrigued by the Facebook posting. Her family's health insurance premiums had been going up, and they had stopped eating out quite as much. It would be nice, she thought, to have a little extra money to put toward Christmas gifts. Why not, she thought. When Ms. McLaughlin researched her book on the plasma industry, she found that many people saw donating as a bit taboo and did not tell anyone outside their small circle. Some people still feel that stigma. In nearly 24 interviews outside the Houston area locations, many people would speak only anonymously, saying they
here. So she's saving up for Christmas presents. Damn. I guess Big Dog is gone, but I'm like, well, you know what? Maybe she wouldn't care that much about it if there was no Christianity and no Christmas. This is fucking sad, greatest country on earth. Now, there's some counter arguments I could think of. Maybe, if the lady is living comfortably, et cetera, maybe she shouldn't care so much about Christmas presents. You know, do like you know, handmade gifts, but we don't know how old her daughters are. And, it's kind of, a keeping up with the Joneses thing. That's a part of American culture too. But this is, and let me remind folks, this is blood bank setting up in in middle class neighborhoods. If you look at this picture here, it didn't escape my notice that there's like that looks like that yellow car there. That looks like a Corvette. There's a there's some expensive cars here lined up in front of the blood bank. Now, I don't know whether those are employees or the manager of the blood bank, driving that Corvette. But there's a problem here. And this is where MAGA, and quite frankly, I don't think Americans get it. There can be an argument for, hey, we need to go back to simpler times and stuff like that, but not with MAGA. MAGA wants to be Elon Musk rich. We are fucked up culturally, but not for the reasons people think we are. And religion is not the solution. I think actual education is. It's like, everyone can kind of choose their own path. If you find your purpose in religion, or you find your purpose giving blood even. But this argument, and I'm gonna, kind of make a quick diversion. These old YN panels where they want to keep saying every goddamn show, why can't black people get it together? Why can't we be more like Asians or etc.? Dude, y'all sound like fucking morons. Dude, it's an inconsistent argument that these old YNs make over time. They have no goddamn clue. They don't understand their own arguments. They get on a panel and they say, what's good? What we talking about? See, this is the other thing. What's the topic? So a motherfucker will come up to a panel, ask what the topic is, and just start talking. That's like, I'm like, really? Motherfucker, you didn't take a little bit of time to listen to what the topic is. You just pop up out of nowhere and go, what's the topic? Let me talk. I'm like, this is what is wrong with America. Deacon Dave, you're just in time. Hit the goddamn link. Dude, I find all kinds of problems. And then people get all sensitive. Well, Stanley, you called me dumb. I'm like, no, I did not use the word dumb. Well, I think that's what you meant when, yeah, motherfucker. Good. At least you kind of understand where I'm going with this shit. Dude, it is a fucking rhetorical mess. And I literally cannot think of any panel that I pop up onto every now and again. I literally can't think of one of them that I think is smart. Not a goddamn one of them. And I go on, kind of it's a little circuit of panels I go up on. None of them, not a one of them. They're all fucking weird and uneducated in their own ways. And then when I start talking books, I get this. I have to play this because this was like the goddamn last straw. Actually, Nightish was the last straw, but I like Nightish, so I can't go too hard on it. But dude, there's some motherfuckers that just get all sensitive. Oh, Stanley, you're speaking proper English. I feel threatened. You're not black. Dude, I'm 61 years old and I'm looking at some motherfucking like 45 plus year old black men who get all sensitive when I use a big word. It's so goddamn funny. It's like, damn, what did I say? I used a multisyllabic word. Oh boy. Hold on. And I could be much more specific because now that I've had a couple Coors Lights and now that I'm thinking about these fucking old YNs. Oh, Stanley, you used a big word. You don't sound like you're from the hood. I'm like, really? Oh, so weak. So this is my favorite short of all time, and this is goddamn Ert. Ert is the biggest. You know what? I'm not looking to start some back and forth or internet beef, but this really shed some light, and I should have known it was going to happen, but I get kind of sucked into, and Dave will know what I'm talking about, but listen to this bullshit.
What book you read? What book you read? What book you read recently?
Empire of Cotton.
What you learned from it?
Slavery made a bunch of motherfuckers rich. It literally.
I can't.
Wait, hold it.
This old ass nigga read a book about slavery.
All answer. So what we're hearing here is Ert feeling threatened. Now, this is a joint RLM Ert venture, which I have some huge problems with RLM about. I've unsubscribed, probably never go on her show again. I was not. I don't need to be there. Ert is the reason that I could go into more detail, but Ert is a goddamn fucking dude. I don't even know how disgusted I am with people like Ert, and there are too many of them. Solid Snake in his own way is just kind of he's a mess, but he's not just an idiot to that extent. Ert was worried about his show, and he was worried that I might start talking about a book. It was a question from one of his panelists. So a panelist can't ask another panelist a question, and that dumb fuck Ert didn't even let me finish the question. He doesn't know how to moderate a panel. He just wants to come up there, and the title of this is Racist plus Ageist plus Anti-Intellectual YN Ert Report, etc. Dude, Ert is a problem, and I don't need to be in that sphere. I'm sorry that RLM thinks that is some sort of alliance that's beneficial. Sorry to hear that, because I like RLM, but I don't hang out with that Ert fans. I don't hang out with those motherfuckers. If they come to my show, fine, but there's a certain level of non-Ertness that I hope we have here. So let's finish this. I'm replaying it. So Ert comes up and just be. He's a fucking racist. He disrespects his elders, and he hates books. It literally is.
I can't.
Wait, hold that.
This old ass nigga read a book about slavery.
I
All
can't
them.
answer.
We got all this shit. I gotta go. All right.
Okay.
Old ass nigga read a book about
He
slavery.
asked me
I
a
hate.
question. So let me quote, because you know I don't like to use the N-word, but old ass nigga read a book about slavery. He gotta go. I think he said I hate him. The fuck? Dude, I don't know Ert like that. why does he hate an old man who reads books? Ert has a problem, and I suspect it's daddy issues. He never had a good daddy, so he has no idea what old black men like me do, and he hates it. He hates it. It sounds so goddamn childish. It is hilarious. Ert is a fucking rock with a beard. And y'all please pass it on. Tell him I don't hate Ert because I only hate smart people. I can't hate Ert's state of nature. He's just like out in the fucking jungle just being Ert. Look, his fucking name is Ert. That's caveman shit. It's like, back when they used to say Ert, they were drawing bison on cave walls. And when they would make a good drawing, they would just go Ert. This motherfucker is literally. So I'm sorry I've given him so much airtime on my channel, but this motherfucker, he earned his name, Ert. And that goddamn beard. I bet the beard has a separate name. The fucking beard's name is probably like Stanley. So Stanley, the beard name Stanley has to be attached to a chin of Ert. Sounds like someone wants to vomit. So anyway, enough of that stupid vaudeville bullshit. But Ert, you got some problems, boy. And you can hate me all you want. It won't do you any good. So let's see. Where are we going here? This was actually kind of interesting, and I agree. The intelligence community has long known the value of DEI, and it's in the show notes. The link is, but and of course I didn't mark it. And this sounds like Trump, actually. She says some of our worst intelligence failures have resulted from the activation of these biases. Iraq WMD analysis, for example, was influenced by a mirror imaging bias in which analysts applied their own cultural assumptions to their target. American analysts did not imagine Saddam Hussein would purposefully deceive the international community to save face in the region. Perhaps the presence of more naturalized Arab Americans would have made a difference. The rapid fall of the Soviet Union was discounted by experts who had closely followed the issue for years, partially because the human mind, left to its natural patterns, adjusts to incremental change. Inclusion of more junior officers' perspectives could have helped. Now, this lady is a PhD historian who worked for the CIA as a as an Africa analyst. She her parents were white missionaries in Kenya, I think. So she literally grew up in Kenya, but American parents. And this is actually one of the best defenses of DEI that I've heard. And I mean, anyone who has half a brain understands what DEI actually is. But the way it was kind of propagandized by people like Christopher Rufo and Donald Trump, especially, uh, DEI is essentially affirmative action. And by the way, there was nothing wrong with affirmative action. No one ever fixed it, so they just let it, kind of die on the vine. DEI, similar, but actually nowhere near what affirmative action was, because it wasn't just about race. And the idiots like Donald Trump and all these other fools like Deacon Dave, and yeah, there you are, Deacon Dave. DEI is actually, in my opinion, a reflection of liberalism as it should be. You don't discount looking for talent in demographics that are traditionally overlooked. You women, like this lady here, she was a CIA analyst, basically because she was an American white girl who grew up in Kenya. She understood a lot about Africa because she just had the background, the experience. Funny thing, I heard her say that she identifies, less as an American because she really didn't grow up here. She went to college here. So anyway, enough of that. Ert and people like Ert, literally every panel I go up on, they have deficiencies in knowledge. They can do their black thing all they want to. They don't seem to understand that being a Black American is more than just being down or talking about Anton. It's disappointing, and these motherfuckers are not like 15 years old. They are like 50-year-old or 40-plus-year-old. Dude, I dipped in for a few minutes last night on a panel that shall remain nameless, and they were talking about roles in marriage, like a real Black man will do this or a real Black woman will do that. And all those motherfuckers were like 40 plus. And I couldn't listen. I listened for like 5 or 10 minutes and I was out of there because it's the same old dumb shit. That's the other thing. They're not learning new dumb shit. It's like it's the same old goddamn dumb shit daily. It might change week by week, but dude, they will listen. It's just fucking amazing. It's like a real Black man. Oh, God damn it. What was it? It was like there were some old YNs up there, and I could name names. And these motherfuckers are still talking about, well, um, uh, a man. They were talking 60-40 or 50-50 or 70-30. And someone actually called this a good conversation. Dude, I've been hearing this shit on this sector of Black YouTube for fucking 3 or 4 years. Dude, it's the same old shit rechurned, but it's never reimagined. it's always the same failed baby daddies. I'm tired of paying so much to my ex baby mama who is using the child's money to get pedicures and manicures, but I can't prove it because I'm not smart enough to make her budget. It's dude, this is just like so sad. So anyway, I'm going to quote someone. I digress. My mic is muted. That's like I digress. My mic is muted. I'm like, what the fuck does that even mean? You digressed from what? Nonsense? I can't figure these people out. So anyway, let's see. Where am I time-wise? Hey, TMKC, it's so good to see you, man. Oh, by the way, the link is pinned. Anybody can come up and disagree with me. And don't be scared. Smitty is cool. I didn't say he wasn't cool, and I didn't say Smitty, by the way. I said I digress, my mic is muted. That sounds cool. Sounds cool. Why wouldn't it be cool? All right. Well, you know what? I want to pick up again with this black men choosing Trump. And again, it's going to be within, the theme of division in America. So black men towards Trump, apparently that's a division. In my opinion, not much of a division. And there's another video that's similar. I guess I'll just start this one and go find one that would be a good addition to this. Coleman Hughes, the most boring dude. At least he's smart. He's just, dude, he has no soul. And supposedly he's also a professional jazz musician. I can't imagine that he writes soulful stuff.
So me and my Mexican friend, in order to celebrate Trump's loss on election night, we cooked Mexican food while watching the election results. Like just as like a fuck you to him.
I mean, I wouldn't say you were alone in that. If the assumptions were true on all points, I'll tell a media story. I was working at the Globe at the time, and I don't say this about them, but I think just in the assumptions largely. And part of the reason I moved to Washington the day after the election is because they didn't even have reporters planned to really cover the transition. There was a sense that Hillary was going to win, and that then there would be a kind of normal transition to a new administration, and they could all take vacations now that the election was over. And so it really changed my life and career to be ready and available to do that coverage. But also, I think I wasn't beholden to political rules that I didn't grow up or spend a bunch of time reporting in. And so I wasn't really spending all of that initial couple years after Trump was elected mourning the norms that were being busted, more so than I think seeing politics in the shape that it was taking. And I think that really served my work well. I mean, I was, to your point about kind of surprise in 2016, I was in Boston. And at that time, my job was to cover local politics. So I was covering like a housing referendum. And I remember that morning talking to the mayor of Boston, and he was really kind of hinting that once Hillary won, he might take this role. And so much changed immediately. And it wasn't that I thought Trump couldn't win, more so than I thought media had not, and I would say political media, failed in preparing the country to understand basic changes. And so that was my takeaway at the end of the night, was not necessarily how did America vote for Donald Trump, but what did the profession do and fail at so that we did not know the ways America was changing. And so that sense of surprise is a really informing piece to me, because I feel like a goal of mine from 2020 to 24, and I think every election I cover, is that you don't have that feeling again. And again, that's not to say you know who's going to win, but you're prepared for whatever way the result can go.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I would say in defense of my former self and my cluelessness and shock and surprise is that according to Jared Kushner in his book, they didn't think they were going to win either, to the point where they didn't even have a victory speech written. They had to hastily put one together. So
I think that's, Trump folks, especially, I mean, you could go media, Democrats were assuming they were going to win. I mean, 2020 was a bigger polling error than 2016. So, I mean, at this point, we've had so many of these results. I think a key thing I stress to everyone is if you come into election night in that kind of prescriptive way, you're bound to be disappointed.
Right. The reason I brought this up is because I was not a political person really in 2016. I was a professional musician and a philosophy major in my first year at undergrad. But the Trump victory, what it did to me was that I instantly became curious, like, why did this happen? Because in my model of America, a guy like Trump saying what he said could not possibly win. So that must mean my model of America is wrong in some way. So I was trying to consume articles. I was listening to podcasts, looking for an explanation for how am I wrong about the country that I thought I knew.
Let me interrupt this dumb young man who's pretending he didn't know. When in 2015, I was still living up on the mountain in Warren County, Virginia. And at the beer store at the foot of the mountain one day, I ran into a kind of a new friend, but I'd seen him around. This guy was a Republican, and obviously I'm not. And he and I, we were sitting out back of the store, just bullshitting about politics. And the one thing as a Republican and me, a Democrat, could agree on that Trump's probably going to win this. And this was the summer of 2016, I guess it was. But dude, people who pretend that they didn't think Donald Trump was going to win, they don't actually understand politics. And I'm not bullshitting. It was close. On paper, Hillary Clinton was more experienced, et cetera, but Donald Trump was everything some incel white boy and a lot of the black kids in the hood want to be. Okay, he had that swagger, he had money. It was pretty obvious that Donald Trump was going to win. It was at a minimum, you knew it was going to be close. Hillary Clinton did not have that Barack Obama sort of thing. She was tedious. She just was not authentic. Hillary Clinton's not a people person. She's kind of like me in a way, and maybe that's why I kind of understand her. She is, the people that like Hillary Clinton are very fond of her. The people that don't, dude, they couldn't, even if she tried, they wouldn't like her. And that's about a 50-50 mix. Donald Trump is the sort of person that, people don't like to hate Hillary Clinton. People like to hate Donald Trump. He's just a more personable, celebrity type guy. To be honest, we also knew that Donald Trump was going to lose in 2020 because he just fucked up. Dude, if Donald Trump had even done a decent job of managing expectations during COVID, he would have beat Joe Biden. Joe Biden, he's almost an accident of history. The only person in Joe Biden's life that he could have won a presidential uh, election would be Donald Trump after fucking up COVID. That's the only person, because remember, um, Biden had been in Democratic primaries at least 2 times and had just washed out for his own personal foibles or mistakes. I honestly think Kamala probably could have beaten. Well, first off, had there been a primary, Kamala would not have been the nominee. And that's all Joe Biden's fault. Joe Biden fucked up royally, and there's really no way around it. He wouldn't quit. He wouldn't quit. And then after that January debate, he had no choice. I think Kamala probably, possibly could have beat Trump given more time. But as it stands, it doesn't really matter now. It's all on Joe Biden. History's going to look at Joe Biden, and they're going to look at Ruth Bader Ginsburg as essentially destroying the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party might survive, but those two, because they just fucking hung on for dear life no matter what, and then wound up not personally drowning, but drowning everyone else with them. Huge problem. So there's that. However, Donald Trump is the most American president we've ever had, and that goes with all the horribleness. Being Donald Trump is literally a horrible person. And the people who voted for Donald Trump are horrible people too, or at least they have a high tolerance for horrible people. So there's that. And then I veered off of my digress, I mute my mic bullshit. Actually all, I cannot think of a Black YouTube host in this particular sector that knows much of anything. It is the same old shit over and over and over. There's no growth there. Male, female, it doesn't matter. Let them know what I think. I've probably told them once or twice on their own panels. They are horrible. They are not growing. Anybody who thinks solution-based bullshit on a YouTube panel is possible, they're fucking morons. So let's get back to Coleman Hughes, who's another goddamn moron.
And the answer I got most often from people on the left was that, well, the country's just way more racist than you thought it was. And that racism has sort of awoken in the past few years, somewhat inexplicably, right? And to me, that didn't seem like a good explanation, first of all, because you had counties that...
See, he wants to talk about strict politics instead of looking at racism and racists as a cultural phenomenon. No, it is, people don't become racists in their adulthood. I mean, I guess it's possible, but most don't. Once again, Coleman Hughes, he's a Columbia philosophy graduate. Either he is wonderfully stupid and got through on DEI, or he is kind of like what Mackenzie and I were going back and forth about. This dude is just willfully ignorant. He's pretending he doesn't know this shit.
Went for Obama twice, Barack Hussein Obama twice, like Macomb County, Michigan. that then went for Trump. And just in general, the idea that we would have a 2-term black president.
Hey, Dave, let me show you some racism in fucking 2026. Dude, you must think I'm stupid that I can't back up what the fuck I say. Who the hell do you think I am? Let me show you some racism. Dude, you don't think I can back shit up? Silly boy. Silly boy. Here's your racism. And as a matter of fact, I might just do a twofer. So here is the first short demonstrating racism. Let's see, is that the right one? Oh, here's my first example. I just played it.
What book you read? What book you read recently?
Empire of Cotton.
What you learned from it?
Slavery made a bunch of motherfuckers rich. It literally
I can't.
Wait, hold it.
This old ass nigga read a book about slavery. All them. We got all this shit. I gotta go. All right.
Okay.
Old ass nigga read a book about slavery. I hate
question. Okay, Deacon Dave. Deacon Dave. You have heard me talk about anti-black blacks. When a black man uses a racial epithet, that's called being racist. You didn't know this? Okay, I just showed this a few minutes ago. I consider to be a racist. If you say the N-word over and over and over and over and over, you're a racist. Black, white, Hispanic, doesn't matter. You are a racist. So, and the reason they think it's okay to be a racist, at least in this part of YouTube, is because racism. And the racism is that, oh, hey, if a black man says the N-word, it's okay. And no, it's not okay. A black man using the N-word or a black woman using the N-word, whether it's A or ER, it is racist and it is embraced because of racism. Now, motherfucker, Deacon Dave, you know me better than this. Of course, I don't talk shit. I can always back up what I say. That's what I do. Now let's go back. Let's do this again because apparently Deacon Dave thinks Stanley's full of shit. So let's see here. Here, this is you missed Conservative J. Conservative J left because I hadn't changed. Even if I'm a dumb motherfucker, I'm a consistently dumb motherfucker. But I'm going to tell you right now, it is moving towards something like fascism. And when I say that, when you have billionaires determining government policies, a lot of Trump's cabinet are actual billionaires. He had the world's richest man deciding which programs were important and which weren't for your everyday citizens. Mm-hmm. Corporate ownership or major corporate influence on government is a fascist, is a feature of fascism. Nazi Germany is very industrialized, and the very rich few had the government and determined a lot of policy and outcomes and that sort of thing. So no, it's not a conservative movement, in my opinion. Yeah. But I'm going to tell you right now, it is moving to. And let's see what else, dude. I have all kinds of because I've been doing these shorts. Let's see. Oh, America has a race problem.
I know, but you think the left is an anti-Jewish?
I think America has a race problem. Okay. I don't even pick sides. American culture is fundamentally racist. That is all inclusive. I've literally said it's impossible, practically impossible at least, to be born into American culture and not be racist. Racist is probably the only thing that's colorblind in American culture.
Well,
everybody's racist.
I will say that the Democrats historically were like, hey, we're all one people.
And see, that's Ryan. Wants to blame everything on Democrats. Dude, I'm not talking even politics. With dumb fuckers like Ryan, and I love Ryan, but I'm just going to beat up on him and call him a dumb fucker. Tell him I said it. He'll laugh and go, he's a dumb fucker too. Politics is downstream of culture. That's really the one, like, I don't know. That's the one old saw that, in my opinion, is always proven right. If you are a racist culture, you create a racist politics, a racist society. Dude, culture is the software that we use to kind of, navigate. And I talked about this earlier in today's show. I'm sorry people don't see it, but read more, talk shit about, relationships less. But every time, I can't tell you how annoyed I was with Nidus the other day. Like, I'm trying to develop a point, and he keeps playing that land your plane bullshit. Dude, what he wants is these two-word JP level solutions to problems. This is Sharon's show, solution-based group, except it's the same goddamn people talking about the same goddamn things. They're not solving shit. They're creating more problems. Solving them, they don't have the background to do it. And talking about, oh well, do you reject, what was it? Do you reject lust as the number one value in your value system? What does that even goddamn mean? Is lust actually a value? Dude, total retardation. They're making shit up. They heard some preacher say it on a pulpit and thought that sounded good, so they want to act like that's a solution. Motherfucker, lust is literally part of human nature. I don't even know, but I do know they sound stupid when that question is asked. And that's like a Brownsville. Brownsville asked me that question, and I can't remember what my response was, but it involved much laughter. I'm sure I was like, boy, do you have any clue, number one, what you're asking, and number two, who you're asking it to? Dude, babies have lust for candy, or lust to be hugged. Dude is a perfectly stupid, malformed ghetto boy. But he wants to take his shoes off when he comes up to a panel to say, hey, queens. So silly. All right. Well, I have done my rant. I guess I'll go back to the regularly scheduled programming, at least for a little while.
And who, again, people at the time didn't think could get elected, but turned out he could, not elected not once but twice. And that right after that, you would get some of those same people voting for Obama. That seemed to me to be the phenomenon to be explained. And so I started questioning my own assumptions and looking for deeper explanations, right? That doesn't mean the Trump voters were all right in what their grievances were, but they had grievances that were more complicated than I hate black people, right? So that was that.
What a dumb fucker. Dude, if they're more complicated, it's probably white replacement theory. Oh, this dude is high as a kite and slow. Of course they were more complicated, fool.
That was a moment for me where I realized that the media I was consuming was, as you say, it wasn't doing a good job of putting me in touch with the rest of the country. And I was really dismayed to see a lot of people on the left just like double down on that same, well, the simplistic, easy story that there was just like an awakening of racism. And that was my entry into politics. So it's not really a question. It's just,
Yeah,
I don't know if there's anything in there.
I mean, if you want me to respond, like, I half agree. I think that I basically think that I've talked to a ton of Obama and Trump voters. I've been to Macomb County. I talk to those people all the time. I think that it's both and. Race certainly matters. And also other things matter too. And so I think that anyone whose explanation is one size fit all, whether it be about discrimination and race or identity or whatever, or it just be about economics or it just be about immigration, all of that is wrong. It's usually, in my experience, a combo of a lot of things. I mean, I talk to a lot of voters. I mean, it's amazing to me how many times I've met a person who voted for Obama, particularly a first time, and the beer summit with Henry Louis Gates is a breaking point. Or I've talked to people where second term Obama were BLM and him is a breaking point. I mean, there are certainly racial inflections that were breaking points in that time. Now, there are certainly a decline in manufacturing and free trade agreements that matter, right? There's also certainly a Democratic Party that didn't talk about immigration and Donald Trump naming a diagnosed issue that a lot of Americans agree with. That matters. And so I'm saying it's not one or the other. More so than I think in our work, we try to talk about all the factors that happen at once. And so and that election specifically, you have a legitimate I think, type of voter and activation that Donald Trump is bringing into the process. And I think the voter that is missed, certainly, is a person who wants to break up the establishment, who wants to try something new, who will roll the dice because they are sick of same old, same old. Now, that I think is not exclusive to just race and identity. And that's something you increasingly see if we fast forward 8 years. He convinced a lot of working class people of color on that same exact point. And so I would not say that those things mean that, I'm not someone who comes from the primacy of, I think, race, gender, and sexuality being the things that have driven Donald Trump's rise. But I would say, based on my own reporting and talking to these voters, it would be non-journalistic to say it doesn't matter. It would be false to say it doesn't matter, because it really does.
Yeah, well, okay, I would push back on that only so like the examples you gave, like Trayvon Martin, Henry Louis Gates, to take
I'm using that as specific ones.
Now look at what this motherfucker's doing. By the way, if you back this up a little bit, one thing that Coleman Hughes does that actually reminds me of Ert, he looks up in the air because he's high as a fucking kite too, looking for answers. I once had a buddy of mine in college. He was a good guy too. He was a deadhead, and he wants, and you know what? We're talking back in like maybe 1987, 88, somewhere in that time frame. And the Dead came to Atlanta, and I either didn't have the money or I had a test. There was some reason I couldn't go, but a lot of it was like fear. It's like, dude, I wasn't into that scene. So he once described like a bunch of like I don't think anybody got drunk at Dead concerts. They were just all fucking tripping or high or whatever. So he once described how they pick out songs, like during encores or something like that. It was some haze, like everybody's high or drunk, and all their thoughts rise up to a level, and then they're just kind of all like a big cloud. And and you know what? They were a cloud of songs, and the band, who's high as well, just kind of reaches up and pulls down a song to play, looking up at the cloud. That's what Coleman Hughes reminds me of. That's what Ert does. If you've ever noticed Ert, he looks up like, he looks up in this weird, bewildered way. Dude, he's high as a fucking kite. Coleman Hughes is a pothead too, by the way.
Yeah, well, okay, I would push back on that only so like the examples you gave, like Trayvon Martin, Henry Louis Gates.
I'm using that for specific ones. I can give you thousands.
Okay.
I made a whole podcast about them for 3 years. So I'm saying I can give you a ton. So I'm just using those at the top of my head.
Got you. So to me, if I were talking to the voter that said, yeah, I liked Obama until he did he said the cop acted stupidly in arresting Henry Louis Gates. I mean, you've talked to these people, so you could say better than I can what their version of that opinion is. But I imagine I had no problem with a black president. Matter of fact, I voted for him. I liked what it meant that he was black for the country.
Okay. See, this is what Obama saying cops acted stupidly. Not at the time. This is a decade, actually more than a decade later, but it sounds like something I would say. It's like, so Skip Gates at the time looks like a goddamn professor. He is well heeled. He's got gray hair. It's in like Cambridge, Massachusetts. When you say, oh, hey, this is my house, and the cops don't believe it, give the motherfucker the benefit of the doubt. Dude, yes, the cops acted stupidly. You know what the stupid thing Obama did was a fucking beer summit. See, Obama's problem was that he would sometimes kowtow to these fucking racist motherfuckers. Dude, he should have just said, I stand on it, goddammit. I'll just be a one-term president. Dude, the cops acted stupidly, and Obama got more shit from holding that beer summit than he would have got if he had just stood his ground, because they did act stupid.
But then when there was a case where a police officer saw someone looking like they were breaking into a house and basically took like the very cynical Law and Order approach and was like, I'm not going to believe the guy that looks like he's breaking into a house, that this is his house. Turns out that cop was wrong. There's a person that says, okay, maybe I'm a cop. Maybe I know someone who's a cop. I take the cop's perspective in general in such matters.
I totally understand what you're saying.
Right. And it wasn't about race per se, right? It was
listen, I've talked to them. So some of it is not about race, and some people will clearly explain that. And some people will tell you it's about race. And so don't erase their concerns also by acting as if it's not, when I've had people tell me to my face all the time that it is. And so I'm saying it's a difference between, I think, some people who don't do the work I do because they can't speak from a firsthand perspective. I'm saying I go and I ask them what they care about. So if they're saying to me back about race, then is it journalist or not to report that back? Right.
No,
so I'm saying it's all of the above. Is that to say every single person who mentions that is coming from a place of discrimination? No, I'm not saying that. Right. I'm saying though, but you know, I would also say to put even race just in a black-white prism is old news, too. That another way that we're talking about changes in culture or changes in identity over the last 8 years arc I'm talking about is really the break of that prism altogether. And so I think Democrats did themselves harm by increasingly talking about, but I think it, particularly in a kind of 2020-ish time, talking about race in an exclusive black-white framework. That's not where the rest of the country is moving. That's not increasingly how race is defined in this place. It's a lot more complicated than that. You have a lot of black folks who will come from different places who don't see that same framework of American racial hierarchy. So I'm saying, like, they haven't updated the ways they're talking about the issue to match the electorate where they are. But you should also, as someone who does, again, that voter-centric work, like, I can talk all day about, the reasons why people vote for someone the way they are. But some people want to vote for a man. They don't want to vote for a woman. They tell me it. That's not me making that up. That's so I'm saying to ignore also that importance is bad, in my opinion.
Just to be clear, the point I'm making is sort of like, why did I'm trying to think about the voter who did vote for Obama twice, would have no problem voting for a black man and then voted for Trump. To me, that's the crux of, like, because Republicans are going to vote Republican regardless, right? So the phenomenon to be explained in that year was like the shift in that.
But those things weren't determined by themselves. If more Democrats, all right, Donald Trump in the 2016 election gets less votes in Wisconsin than Mitt Romney. It's that Hillary Clinton dropped off a ton too. So I'm saying you can totally focus on Obama Trump voters of Wisconsin, whatever. But you could also focus on Obama 2012 voters to non-voters too. You could also vote on people who vote third party. I mean, that election is too close for you to be too determinative on one thing. And so I'm not saying that Obama Trump voters don't matter. More so that I'm saying in that election, as an example, way too much stuff mattered to point at one specific thing. And so I'm like, it's not to say that Hillary couldn't have won, or there's only one solution. So this is why I feel like I can sometimes be a Switzerland for all the ideological hats and sometimes be annoying for them too, is because I think you can make a case, again, if we're going to harp on 2016, to say maybe she picks a more exciting VP and owns a more progressive lane and she cobbles together a couple more votes. That's not implausible. Maybe she goes the opposite direction and doesn't do as much I'm with her identity politics and cobbles together more votes. Maybe, you know what I'm saying? It's too small for it to just be persuasion as the only thing she failed at. They failed at several fronts that could have gotten the election.
Okay. I don't mean to harp on 2016, by the way. We can move on.
I would love to move on.
Okay. Let's talk about Mamdani.
Sure.
So, I guess where should we start? What does Mamdani's election victory to you represent? Does it represent, a shifting to the left of voters in New York City? Does it represent just a once in a generation political talent combined with two weak rivals? Like, what's the story here? What's the takeaway?
Yeah. A theme, but I'm going to say all, but I'm like, I can rank some importance. I think that the trust collapse with Democratic establishment to their own voters is huge. So there's an open space for people to occupy, partially because of the broken relationship between, I would say, Democratic Party, particularly nationally, and their own base of voters who feels like they not only let them down, but aided in Donald Trump's comeback. And so I think a lot of people can seize on that gap, left, right, center. I think in New York, there's some specific lessons that Mamdani's campaign, I think, shows. One is, speaking about, even if I go to that kind of breaking of the black-white paradigm that I was talking about earlier, I would say New York is on the forefront of this, right? Or, as is kind of immigrant-rich history, as I would say a reflection of an electorate that is increasingly foreign-born, and his ability to put together a coalition that goes beyond just DSA left, which is, I think, how a lot of people understand him. There has been a history of a lot of those DSA organizers and activists. What has made Mamdani unique is his ability to go beyond that and to create a broader left liberal coalition. And so that is what has had him able to be successful. Now, I would say like that's somewhat about, I would say like that's mostly about housing affordability. And I think and just beyond the kind of lefty concern of it, bringing Democrats back to an issue that is tangible. You know, so many of the things they were offering working class folks, people of color over the last several years were about representation, were about kind of like mushy, I would say, kind of elite focused advancement. I think one of the things Mamdani and mass politics does well is reframe it to people who are outside of that conversation. Things like buses, things like childcare are obviously much more tangible than that. I think there's lessons about the ways Democrats have shifted in relationship to Israel and Palestine. I think
Let me also say that these are really surface level childcare, buses, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I appreciate, supporting the working class, but and I understand why, but let's not make too much of esoteric changes. Oh boy, I'm fucking slurring too. These guys are not heavyweights. I may I may have to move on. I'm not a Coleman Hughes fan. I think he is literally not a thinker. And if you graduate from Columbia with a philosophy degree, but there's nothing that convinces me that he is a deep thinker. No more than a John McWhorter. I don't know, just my opinion.
Ability to cobble together a coalition in the primary was partially aided by his willingness to speak out on that issue. So certainly it caused him some issues in the general election, drove up Cuomo's numbers, allowed him to consolidate folks.
All right,
who were upset by it.
Let's stop the show here. I think I have found my spirit animal. You can't be sloshed if you're self-aware about your stage of drunkenness. Show title. It might be the new motto of the show. Oh, that is hilarious. Yes, ma'am. Let me make sure. It may not be even a show title this week. That's like the funniest thing I've heard. Oh, so right, but so funny. Yeah. I think, and please don't take this in a it's a little bit of a flirt, but I understand. But goddamn, I'm in love with you, woman. Oh, that is funny as hell. I don't know why I think it's funny. It's like, you're only semi-drunk. So thank you, Natasha. That's the biggest belly laugh I've had all day. So I'm going to appreciate that. Hold on one sec. Let me make sure I get this down. Damn it. Ooh. There we go. All right, so let's continue. And this isn't going to go on. Let's see. We are at 21:23 of 2 hours and 2 minutes. We're not going to last. Well, I'm not going to last.
But in the primary, it
there
helped
must
him
be
become the Democratic
vibrancy.
nominee.
What's
if I was
up,
a Democrat
Con?
thinking about 2026 or 2028, that's definitely something to watch too. The last thing I would say about this, though, it's just bigger than left, right, center. It's more just generational. I think if you just take people under 40, in the last Democratic primary, there was a huge gap
there goes your
between those people
dumb
and kind of the
stuff.
rest of the Democratic electorate. That was kind of the entirety of the Bernie Sanders wing, with some exceptions. Where those folks are now the base of the Democratic Party. And so there is a growing question of can the politics of old really still speak to that coalition? And I think you're seeing that not just in Mamdani, but in the reaction to Chuck Schumer this week, and the reaction to Hakeem Jeffries over this year. There is a mismatch between where the leadership is and where not only I would say their activist base is from a left sense, which I think a lot of folks define it as that, but I would increasingly say just even that kind of no Kingsy crowd is not messing with the Democratic leadership. And so that is those are just fundamental facts they're going to have to deal with when it comes midterms and presidential primary time.
Okay, so one question I have about Mamdani is, and I think in one of your pieces on him, you
only
framed
wrote one,
it.
so.
Sorry?
I said I only wrote one, so it was long as well,
okay.
but it was just one.
Yeah. So it may have been in that one, but you kind of framed it, or maybe someone else framed it as it can seem like there's a Mamdani 1.0 and a Mamdani 2.0. And
Yeah.
Mamdani 1.0 is 4 years ago. He's talking about defunding the police. NYPD is racist.
Now, see, I will disagree with this point here. I would love to know, and this is actually interesting. How have the politics of the old been permanently changed? Khan, we can do it in the chat. I think it's just a rehashing of, I don't think there's anything new under the sun in American politics. MAGA is rehashed. Tea Party. I can't think of anything that's even remotely new in American politics in 2026. We all know the problems. We all know the opinions. Help me out here, because I think it's just it's recombining DNA. I'm too drunk to say recombinant. It's recombinant DNA. You will get new things. DNA, there's never been any one person who is exactly like the other person on Earth ever. But I think that we are not. I've had enough to know that their American politics is same as usual and will be forever. There's really, humans aren't that different. Culture-wise, there are all kinds of variations, but there's some commonalities, and I don't think American politics between, let's just use 1787 to now. Nope, nothing new under the sun. Politics, but history rhymes. History there. Something new might come up every 1,000 years, but not in Western culture.
And anti-queer.
Hold on one sec. Let me let me don't bother defending me, though I appreciate it, Mackenzie. Dude, no, I'm not John Galt, because I literally the link is posted. Stay in the chat. I can ignore what's being written in the chat. If anyone really feels strongly about some of these criticisms, come on up. Even drunk, I will probably be able to prevail. See, I used the word prevail. Well, that's fine. We'll agree to disagree, Khan.
And I guess tax on millionaires and all this stuff, and he's moderated on all this stuff. He's moderated
policing, especially.
Most of all on policing. He actually, I learned from your article, he apologized to a group of police.
Oh, sorry. You know what? I was on mute. But Kenzie, of course I can do wrong. That's everybody. But I will say this. In my 61-year-old life, and I'm not super old, I can still, do stuff. But dude, a little bit of gray hair. You remember the speaking of the Grateful Dead, um, little touch of gray. That whole song, dude, that song actually, I remember when it came out. I was still, I think I was still in college, still fairly young. It was the 80s. But little touch of gray suits you anyway. Dude, have a sense of humor, and a little bit of gray hair and a very gray beard. Just don't be a dick. That's really the 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 key to life is don't be a dick. And it's always been there. Um, don't be a dick and you will have a good life. And that's colorblind, that is unisex. Don't be a dick and you'll be okay.
Officers recently in a private meeting. So obviously, politicians pivoting to the center is as old as time. And there's always the question in the voter's mind, is the old one the real guy? Is the new one the real guy? Or is the truth some third thing? What do you think in Mamdani's case?
Yeah, I mean, listen, like one man's opinion, but I don't think they're radically that different, except on policing between 1.0 and 2.0. I think that, listen, it depends on when you start the story, because the question is, the left of where Mamdani comes from, the kind of DSA, New York, housing organizing left, has transitioned broadly since 6 years ago. When he was joining DSA after Bernie Sanders, there was arguments that they weren't going to participate in electoral politics at all because their goal was to tear down the Democratic Party and exist outside of the electoral system. They've just started competing in citywide elections recently. So they're kind of building this plane as they fly, I think is the first thing to really remember. The thing about him is there is a sense, there's a recognition that I think you can say is a fair one, that the role of mayor does not reward ideological rigidity. He is not going to be a member of Congress. He cannot vote his heart's feelings all the time. That the role itself requires, quote unquote, moderation. And so what they would say is that their 2.0 was really a recognition of that fact and a sense that, like, for him to be successful, he needed to acknowledge his faults. He had to acknowledge that he didn't have management experience. He needed to acknowledge the fact that he probably couldn't cobble a team together if he was going to use things like Israel as a litmus test. So he has been going to people telling them, I recognize that. And because of that, these are not, like, here's what you can expect from me. And all I'm saying is, it's not as if he's bringing the pharma
Let me
CEO
tell
in
you,
and saying,
let me repeat a rewind. This is why this dude is just not sophisticated. This is millennial version of sophistication. How is not having management experience a fault? It's a weakness, but not a fault. And I'm just going to say this, and this is another thing that just annoys the hell out of me. If you know how to read, if you know how to think critically, use the right word for the right description or opinion. Dude, it's not a weakness that you don't have managerial experience. Maybe it is, as I said, a weakness or an inexperience. God damn, these motherfuckers are not even eloquent. That annoys me too. Don't get up here talking about politics. And I'm going to sound so like George Will. Dude, be eloquent. Look, I've been a Bill Buckley fan since I was like fucking 12 years old. Okay. And the one thing that I admired, and when I was a kid, I didn't always understand the politics so much. But the one thing Bill Buckley or George Will or damn, there are others, but those two just stick out in my mind. Or even a Barack Obama, eloquence, control, understanding your argument. That is what you do. And not everyone is into that. Sometimes the emotion, but dude, cool, calm, collected, motherfucker. I've literally had to stand up in front of like 45 sailors and tell them something that I didn't even want to do. But God damn it, the captain said to do it. You must always be calm. You must always, and then it's situational. Sometimes emotions call for, but this dude thinking that inexperience is a weakness is just stupid, because you will get other people that go, hey, you know what? We want an outsider. We want someone with a fresh approach or a fresh idea. Dude is a hack. At his young, bald age, he's already a goddamn hack. Unimpressed. And we know Coleman Hughes is a hack.
Hey, actually, I don't believe what I said about the millionaire's tax. He's bringing that person in and saying, tell me about leadership and how you make a team and what are places of overlap. Now, is that inauthentic because they aren't talking about their places of disagreement? Or is that authentic because you're focusing on the places you agree? That's up to you. But that's what's happening mostly. And so I guess on policing is specific, because that's the place where it's been not just the moderation, an explicit 180, an explicit, I am sorry, I made a mistake, and I now recognize that. Now, does that mean in his heart of hearts he does not think the NYPD is structurally racist? I asked him that question. He doesn't really have a good answer to it. By what I think is clear is he thinks there's no point in having that argument anymore. And whether you think that means he is, maybe that, and so I'm saying it's up to you whether you think that's a retrenchment on values, you know what I'm saying, or a priority of something else. What he would say he's prioritizing is being successful in the job he was running for, which required stepping away, I think, from some of that rigidity. It's clear to me that Mamdani is willing to put some distance between him and the DSA left. They are comfortable with that. So that's not going to be now how, where, on specific races, on specific policies, that's going to be the question. But the idea, if someone's thinking that he's going to be in some secret meeting and won't tell them no, that's not really their type of relationship. There is a alignment on ideological values, but there is not a one-to-one in terms of how that is gotten done. To your point about the millionaire's tax, I think is a good example. You talk to DSA, they will say the point of running a citywide campaign, not even as just the revenue you raise from something like a millionaire's tax, is the part of the ideological project is to tax the rich, right? That's not what Mamdani says anymore. He says, I am here to get the product of what the revenue increase would have gotten, which is free buses or free childcare or whatever. If Governor Kathy Hochul will give that to me in some other form, I'll take it in one other form. That's 2.0. You know what I'm saying? Where 1.0 would have agreed about the importance of that ideological fight of the need to tax the rich. So I'm saying, whether you believe that in his heart, does he probably still wish for a world where that's true? I think so. But I don't think he's going to live and die on that hill. The hills he's going to live and die on are whatever makes those big three priorities happen. Free buses, free childcare, rent freeze. I think he will basically say that I have to get done, and everything else we'll figure it out.
Got it. Okay, so this is I pulled a quote from, I think this is from your article. Mamdani was presented with polling that represented the conventional wisdom of the time.
Yeah.
That public safety was the top concern among voters, and he instinctively dismissed it. This was going to be a campaign about affordability, he said. So I think you can make a fair case that he was right about that, proven by the fact that he won, or maybe it wasn't relevant either way, but it seems like he had at minimum a good instinct there. I'm curious because, 4 years ago, it was very much about public safety. And that is what Eric Adams ran on.
Sure.
I've been a cop for 30 years. I'm going to take crime seriously. And he was elected on that basis for the most part.
Yeah.
I'm curious if his success in bringing down murders is part of what and violent crime in general is part of what set the stage that people were feeling a bit more secure.
For sure. People make this argument, and I think it's a fair one. Like, the subways are not the space of fear that they were 3-4 years ago.
Yeah.
And so Eric Adams would say that's because they put more cops on there. And I think it's interesting that it's not part of Mamdani's pitch to take them away, And so I asked him about what he would do about, say, like involuntary committals on the subways. And his point is, I don't want to take away that tool from cops. Again, that is not where he was come 2020. So I think that's a fine point to make, is that maybe actually the success of, and I wouldn't just say Eric Adams, we see crime and violent crime down nationally. We've seen this in other cities too. But I also think we should reframe, it was a hobby horse of mine at the time, exactly how we saw the Adams election. Like, Eric Adams was always all of the above. He was the cop on TV who would defend cops, and he was also the cop on TV who would criticize cops. And so I think that the read on his election as a full rejection of criminal justice reform was not true, even though I do think there's been a full rejection of defund the police, in question marks, as the vehicle for reform. You know what I'm saying? And so I definitely think Eric Adams should have been a course correction of the fact that many progressives, and I think folks to the left, were fairly ignorant about that policy's impacts even within Black and brown communities. So I think that's a fair criticism. But I would also say, to act as if those communities didn't mean any of the stuff they were protesting for in 2020 is false too. I think.
Why does this dumb fuck remind me of Kev Stutters? Just talking bullshit. It is so sad. And maybe I'm just bored at the whole thing.
That defund itself was not a solution that those folks endorsed. I remember being at, God, Lord knows, I was at George Floyd's memorial in Houston in the line. And I did a story for the Times about how the solutions to this stuff were unclear. Because I remember being frustrated by like the kind of Twittery social media ecosystem acting as if like there was one thing that these communities had decided on, that they had some.
Okay, Mackenzie, this is like a clear background thing. It's pretty sophisticated, but those little fuzzy white things you see going back and forth, it's literally like a graphic. It's not actually snowing. All those little fuzzy white things are a JPEG or probably a GIF, actually. So don't worry, they're not freezing.
Come to some summit and decided that they needed to defund the police. That wasn't true, even in those places. And so I was doing stories from Minneapolis, from George Floyd's memorial, talking about that nuance. And so this is what I say about, like, it depends on where the conversation's at the moment. Because at that time, I was really annoyed with the progressive prescription that they presented as universal, and it was not. And now I'm annoyed with the opposite, where people act as if that means that these people didn't care about criminal justice reform at all. And that's not true either. And so I'm saying that there has not been a conversation, a real one, about solutions, about where that line falls. And I think Democrats have really failed in their leadership on that front. But to act as if, and this is what I think is the problem with kind of seeing this stuff through poll numbers, to act as if a change in sentiment is a full whiplash, is a disrespect to the nuance of beliefs people were holding at the time, in my opinion.
So this is the second time in the conversation, and I've read something of yours elsewhere where you've criticized polling.
Sure,
What do people miss? What do people get wrong about the importance
I'm so
of polling?
pro-data, too. Like, I'm not even against polling. And I actually think for people who do things like I do, in terms of talking to people anecdotally and really uplifting individual voices, you need to gut check a lot of what you're doing to make sure it's matching up with polling. I don't want to be outside of the quantitative stuff. However,
you know what? This is something that I'm going to play this because I'm tired of this fucking bullshit that they're presenting. Even if you're a centrist, and I tend to be, kind of a centrist, but not to the degree that you can't make a stand. These guys want to do this both sidesism. And, I may be a centrist, but I choose a side. And I do that because no decision is worse than a bad decision. That's what I learned, in the Navy. And even back in my Army ROTC scholarship days. No decision. Bad decisions are better than no decisions. And young men, young people have to know this. You have to choose a side at some point. May not be, immediately, but at some point. Lou Reed, it comes to a view. One is black and one is blue. And it's a funny saying that, Lou Reed was the man. So let's go to this. And this should be at least guaranteed to piss off Brian Nichols.
Since the start of his second term, President Trump has signed a number of executive orders targeting DEI policies, uttered rhetoric deemed racist at immigrants, and is generally eroding the, quote, melting pot identity the U.S. once prided itself on. Kianga Yamata-Taylor is a Princeton professor of African American Studies, and she's the co-founder of the Black Politics and Culture magazine, Hammer and Hope. In her recent piece, she describes a white supremacy in Donald Trump's White
magazine.
House and joins Michelle Martin to discuss the rollback of civil rights.
Professor Kianga Yamata-Taylor, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for the invitation to be here.
You wrote an interesting piece where you talked about a through line of not just the rhetoric, but the policies of the Trump administration. A lot of the rhetoric of this administration has been sort of focusing on how white Americans are being disadvantaged and that white Americans are being sort of taken advantage of, they're being overlooked, they're being sort of bypassed. In your piece, one of the things that you point out is that for example, of the federal job cuts that took place at the very early stages of the second Trump administration, Black women were the hardest hit. In fact, another essayist who contributes to your magazine pointed out that Black women are the dominant group that lost jobs during that whole job cutting initiative initiated or headed by Elon Musk. So the first question I had for you is, why is that? Black women could not have been specifically targeted. I mean, it's illegal. You can't say we're going to fire all the Black women. So how did that happen?
Well, I think that it's, of course, impermissible in the law, but I think that it's also not a coincidence. The federal government, DOJ at the time, targeted certain agencies within the federal workforce to sort of take the harshest budget cuts. And I don't really think it's a coincidence that many of those agencies and organizations within the federal government.
Let me just pause this briefly. You hit the hammer. So hammers are not necessarily communist. So, but Khan, yep, Totally agree with that. It's not a young man who has fully developed his own opinions. So there we go. You win on this one, Con. Good job. I should have thought of it, but you're here, so you nailed it.
Government were populated by Black women. And if you look at the internal memos and kind of back and forth between people within the agencies, that they have offered an explanation for at least part of the reason why they were having the job cuts in the first place. And part of those explanations articulated through these memos was that the federal government for too long had been engaged in equity, anti-discrimination hiring, which to me can be read as a kind of code for the federal government is hiring Black people who are not qualified for these positions. And so I do think that there's some overlap between that idea that the federal government has been engaged in discrimination by hiring Black women and with other actions that were taken within federal agencies, which included dismantling the website that allows the public to monitor who is hired and fired, who works for the federal government as a way to at least look at the distribution of race and gender within the federal workforce. That website was dismantled. There, within these memos that I'm describing, federal people who were involved in the job cuts said not to mention the race or gender of people who were being laid off. So I think that it's not legal, but as we've seen in other aspects of undertakings by this administration, that is not necessarily an impediment to their actions.
Just to give the data that you cite in your piece, Black women lost 318,000 jobs in the public and private sectors between February and April of last year. That is when this job cutting initiative was at its most robust. They were the only major female demographic to experience significant job losses during that period. And as you pointed out, that after the ACLU and other employment lawyers alleged that the Trump layoffs disproportionately singled out federal workers who were not male or white in violation of the Civil Rights Act, the administration, as you just said, took down the website to make it harder to actually track this. You know, one of your colleagues who also writes for the same journal in which you published this piece, Natalie Moore, pointed out that Black women comprise 6% of the overall U.S. labor force and 12% of the federal labor force. But of those more than 300,000 federal jobs that were cut in 2025, she pointed out that Black women were a stunning 33% of those cuts. I was just curious, when you looked into these numbers yourself, what did you think?
Yeah, I mean, the job cuts themselves are shocking. One, just because the federal government has the reason why African Americans in particular have gravitated towards work within the federal government is because of anti-discrimination laws, that this was the kind of last frontier where the civil rights of Black workers.
Let me humble myself. Dude, I am so happy you said that because Natasha, look, I am not the smartest idiot on YouTube, but there has to be some purpose to this. And dude, I'm like the worst of the worst. You know, I can get up here and curse up a storm and just be all rowdy and, you know, as full of bullshit as anyone else. But dude, and I think, you know, it's sort of weird because I've always been like this, but I literally had to raise my son. Look, my wife stayed at home, even though she probably could have made more money than me. We literally talked about it. And, you know, she was good and she was a toxicologist, and it was a decision we both came to, and I didn't mind doing it because it kind of fit with it wasn't even a value-based thing. It was kind of a logic thing. As a toxicologist, you get exposed to a lot of shit. I think if you remember the anthrax thing decades ago now, she just got a little tepid about, you know, NIS jobs and stuff like that. Not NIS, uh, health service jobs. She's a toxicologist, etc. So, just so happens that I my kind of like we just kind of lined up, you know. It would lead you to believe in religion actually. Um our values lined up. And where I'm going with this is I eventually had to actually be father and mother. And there are just some things I remember. I remember right after, and this is going to be, I would sound like a horrible human being. But you know what? And by the way, we had grief counseling. I made sure I did everything I could, and my son is fairly stable. Um, he has he's living a normal college life. Shit, he's living a better college life than I did. But my point is that I'm not a woman. I'm not a mother. I'm a father. And I had to make all kinds of adaptations to become, you know, kind of like I had to fill two roles. So I remember the first time after my wife died, um, picked him up from school and we go to the grocery store because, I didn't have anything to cook dinner with. So I go in and dude, I was in a fog for like 5 years. Honestly, I was in automaton. Um, it's father, take care, just, you know, it, I just I knew what to do and I just did it. There was no it was just weird. I couldn't even describe it. I'll stop trying to, but coming out of that, it was Giant. No, it wasn't Giant. It was Martin's in Front Royal, Virginia. So I got what we needed for dinner. And I'm just like, God damn it. I've had a hard day, picked up the boy. I just want to get home, cook dinner, drink a couple beers, and go to sleep. So I go through the checkout and we step out the door and I'm halfway across the street and my son just starts crying. I'm like, "What? Why are you crying?" I'm like, "God damn it, what did I do? Did I miss something?" So it turns out that every time he went through the checkout line, his mommy would get him candy or bubble gum or something like that. And you know what my reaction was? And I think this defines how to be a man. I looked at him and I wasn't about to take him back in that store. I looked at him and I went, "I'm not your mother. And let's go home." I wasn't about to indulge that bullshit. And I was kind of secretly pissed at my wife. Like, "You did what?" If I'd known she was doing that, I would have fussed. I'm like, "Why are you doing that?" So, anyway, I'm not your mother is literally how I parented my son. Don't mistake me. However, I'm not, this isn't like fucking a ranch. I'm not going to, ride you hard and put you away wet. But dude, I'm just not your mother. I learned to bake. That was my concession. We learned to make bread, and I cooked more, and he gets cookies and all that stuff. But god damn it, that's it. I'm not buying you fucking lifesavers every time we go through a goddamn checkout counter. So, Natasha, I so much appreciate the compliment. And by the way, everyone subscribe. If you're new to the channel, good luck with that. There's gonna be plenty of shit that will rub you the wrong way, but I try. And Sovereign Beer Fund will be open come Wednesday. And by the way, from next Thursday through probably through next Monday, it'll be hit or miss. Shows will be at odd times. Going to Savannah, my son, my sister, my father, my brother, his family. It's going to be a real hootenanny. But I'll try and do, because I actually kind of miss doing the show when I don't. So just a preview. And Natasha, such a sweet comment. I don't know what you could possibly learn except, I have no patience.
Would be protected, and to see that just really torn up is shocking. And even within the private sector, a lot of these layoffs
This
have been
made me laugh.
concentrated in.
Wait, hold it. Justice for Trevor? Dude, that child is justice for his daddy. God damn it. Really? Motherfucker, I learned how to bake for that boy. And I didn't care about baking. I used to buy like Pillsbury biscuits, pop the can. I know how to make them from scratch now. That was sacrifice on my part, Mackenzie.
Diversity, equity, inclusion fields that have been devastated as a result of the kind of Trump directive to the private sector to get rid of these jobs and to get rid of really the people.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? I was unmuted. Hey, what's up, Nidus?
How you doing, brother?
Oh, I've been in my little Coors Light 12-pack.
Shout out to the Coors Light.
Well, what's anything interesting? Because I'm glad you're here. I have things to say.
I'm here for the things to say.
Well, have you been watching the show, or did you just get here?
I saw you were on, and I came over here because I wanted to talk to my little brother.
Well, you know what? You're a little brother. I wish I had a land the plane thing, but
listen. I can give. This is what I want for Stanley because I've been paying attention to you. All you got to do is give me a couple controls so I can come over here and hook you up to be able to annoy the fuck out of everybody like I know how to do. I got a plane landing.
It's not. Wait, hold it. I think you're a moderator over here now. Check it out. That little thing, because it was an oversight.
You have a wrench also, Stanley. You have a wrench also.
Oh yeah. Look, it was an oversight on my part.
I didn't know you felt that. I didn't know that you felt that attached to wrenches. I don't give a fuck
I
about.
don't. To be honest, I don't, and I especially don't feel attached when you're telling me to, dismiss. Dude, I don't want to do that because half the time I'm having fun. Like Chuck,
Hey, all I want
absolutely
to
adore
do,
Chuck.
Stanley, all I want to do to Chuck is just give her a little bit of dick, not the whole thing.
Well, see, you and I would never presume that she would want even a
She would
micro
love.
bit.
She would love to,
I have not known Chuck that long. I don't know Chuck other than as
listen.
that.
She blushes. She blushes when I call her bitch.
Does she?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Well, she dropped by the chat yesterday, and I was thrilled to see her. I called her queen, and I bet you're gonna call her queen too, right?
Probably bitch, but I mean, shout out to Chuck.
Oh wait, hold it. Is she not queen over on your show?
No, the queen over there is B Love.
Okay, so my money doesn't go far over there.
She's the queen of the show, but she's not queen of the chat. The queen of the chat is B Love. She queen of the show.
Wait, what do? So it's not the same thing. They're
two
different
things.
domains in the
They're
layer.
different though. One is the actual queen up on the show. She can drop people down. She can time people out. Do all.
Now,
the
which
women.
one can drop people down?
Her.
Who is her?
Chuck. You made her queen.
Okay. Well, B Love, what kind of queen is she?
She's just a chat queen. That's all.
I see. So does B Love get to say whatever the fuck she wants in the chat?
No, she doesn't.
And how much is that going to cost her? She needs the entire kingdom.
Right. So Chuck
needs the entire layer.
Chuck has that control. Chuck has control of the entire kingdom.
Well, just let me know if I need to supply some more ducats.
No. She already has that power.
All right. Well, good. So anyway, the reason, because I digressed, my mute wasn't my muted. I have a whole problem with your channel, T's channel, pretty much every channel I tend to go on, and it's because quite frankly, it is a nest of ridiculousness. It's all about Anton. It's
Why don't you
all
love
about
Why don't you love it?
Well, it's not that I don't love the people, it's the topics I don't like.
Yeah, I'm off of Anton. I'm finna get on Angry Man, Izzy Bands, and Trader
How are
Truth.
they different from Anton?
They're not very different, but I'm on some new people now.
Okay. Look,
they're all very similar. We all playing the same game. Yeah, I agree with you. It's
what
not
game are y'all playing? And it's not very interesting.
The game is I'm better than you.
But define better, smarter, more physically.
Yeah, I'm down, so it can't be smart.
Capable.
So, yeah, I'm not smarter.
Well, no. I'm not just picking on you.
No, I'm just saying. You
How
said
is
what is the
Anton
game?
smarter?
I'm telling
How
you,
is
the game
Angry
is just,
Man smarter.
Yeah. The game is just, I'm fucking with people and I'm on Fatty too, because Fatty tried to be mean to me the other day. So I'm on your ass too, Fatty.
Speak English.
Yeah. I'm on the Portuguese dude too.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I still don't get it. I'm pretty much seeing a pox in all your houses. None of y'all have shit that's interesting. And it's not just
so
the
I'm going to
men.
be boring.
Well, hold on. Let me finish. It's the women too. So the women who host shows are no more interesting than the men. They interact, and it's like 2 times boring. Literally, it's
but then women want to get that box up though.
Okay, well, men Wait, I literally just said the women were equally boring.
Yeah.
Equally
Thank you for
let's use the word vapid. VAPID.
insipid and vapid. Yeah, I like both of those.
Yeah, the men and the women equal.
Yeah.
None. Angry man, dumb. Not just the same old shit. Sharon is angry man, except he's left of center. Izzy, John Galt, y'all are all the same.
Yeah.
Now
When you
I
say
will
y'all,
say
you-
this, and I've said it before. You at least are creative.
When you say y'all, are you throwing me in there with John Galt and
No,
Izzy?
I was trying to separate you. You cut me off. At least you can write music.
I can do more than that. But let's shout out to the Queen TMKC up here, that beautiful light skin.
Queen again. I want to be queen.
Oh my lord, how are you?
I don't know. I just woke up and I heard Nighty's voice.
Oh my!
Wait,
You come to my channel. You come to my channel to hear Nightish's voice.
No. Did it agitate her? That's the question.
I was listening to your channel. You don't remember?
That's kind of like fishing.
I
No,
wasn't
it's not,
fishing.
nigga, I'm not a crappie.
No, I'm
Did it
just teasing,
agitate TMKC? Did it agitate you when you heard my voice?
No.
Oh, thank you, baby.
Yeah. So how can I be queen again?
You already are. There's no way to take that away from you.
Oh. Did you get my Cash App today?
I appreciate you. Yes.
Oh my lord! What is there a challenger to Chalk?
Yeah, there's a challenge to Chalk. Chalk. I mean, it is what it is. Stanley, motherfucker.
Motherfucker.
Oh, okay.
Hey, dude.
Well, wait, hold it. Chalk is
She
still
spent. Wait, Stanley. She spent more money than you.
Well, you know what? She probably has more money than me.
Hey, shout out to Kentucky.
Hey, you know what?
Excuse me.
If
Shout out to
we
Kansas
have to,
City. Wait a minute. I
have to
fucked up.
do a.
Shout out to Kansas City, not Kentucky.
If I have to become like what was one of Henry VIII's like divorced wives? You know, we have to do that Mary Queen of Scots bullshit.
No, we don't have to do that. You do not have to be a cuck. Just understand that TMKC says she will not accept Chalk taking her place. That's all it is. She just want to be queen more than Chalk want to be. I mean, it is what it is. You don't have to kill yourself.
Wow, it was that important to TMKC?
Yeah, she said.
I'm gonna guess.
No. She said, "Fuck that bitch taking her place." And Stanley, don't spend more money. Don't spend more money.
Well, all I have to say is you are ultimately the winner, Knight.
Of course, if I get to have TMKC stay in her place as a queen, of course I'm ultimately.
No, I said nothing like that. TMKC, she's the queen if you say so.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna.
I didn't say no, sir. I didn't say
gonna audit your book.
No, sir. 1 second. Why do you do this? Why do we go through this right here?
Because I'm trying to actually do it line by line, dude. If you say TMKC is the new queen, I accept that. What more is there?
There is no more. She just spent a couple more coin than you did. That's all it is.
Okay, and I'm okay with that.
I'm okay with it too.
I like TMKC.
So we are in accordance. So we are in accordance.
If she,
so then we are in accordance. We don't have to fight about it, brother.
More
little bro, my little son. You don't have to. We don't have to fight about it.
Okay. Good. All hail Queen TMKC. I have no problem with it.
For damn sure. It was fun while it lasted.
Hopefully, Chop can
It was
be.
fun while it lasted, but TMKC
Okay,
came
well, let me
along.
put it to you this way. I did not spend that money in vain.
You did not. You did not.
Be,
You did not.
There shall be a little bit of a say so.
Yeah, that's for sure.
And which one of these queens is? You know what? I'm not going to go there.
Only one queen. My baby.
So let's go back
right
to
now.
my original
My
point.
beautiful
You
baby that's
probably
up here
missed
right
that
now,
part.
nigga. You heard what it is.
Yeah, there we go with the N word. I don't like that on my panel. Don't make me do that. Don't make me land the plane on your head. Don't use the N word on my panel.
On my head is crazy.
Oh, look. You don't have truth or savage.
Oh
Dude,
my goodness, you angry at a lot of people, aren't you?
Oh, dude.
Wait. How did that make,
well,
wait a
hold
minute.
on. Let me finish.
I wanna
Let me
ask a
finish.
question.
You asked a question. Let me answer you're mad at all of them? Yes, because none of them. They are all literally doing the same goddamn thing year after year, week after week. Dude, I literally heard a conversation about when black people get together, does the woman do 50-50? Dude, that's an argument that's been around for like ever. 50-50 in a marriage? Motherfucker, let's work on marriage.
Stanley, I would love to keep you and all everybody that's listening. I would love to keep Stanley as Stanley, but when Stanley go on the stand, I don't know what to say about
Yeah,
it.
well, guess what? Guess what's not gonna guess what's not
Can
see,
you please stay in your masculine?
you're forgetting
No, I want you to stay in your masculine. What? Stanley, I want
Okay.
you to stay in your
Let's
masculine. I don't
mute
ever
you a
want you to go
bit.
to deep.
This motherfucker is not the lair. There is no stanchie here. Dude, you are a lady in waiting on my goddamn panel. You don't want to go too far. I will treat you like motherfucking Queen Guinevere. Don't you dare. If you say Stanchi on my panel again, if you address me as Stanchi, you're forgetting where you are. You are literally forgetting where you are.
Stanley. I don't want you to.
I tolerate your bullshit on your panel. Don't expect me to tolerate your bullshit on my panel. You're the only one laughing.
Granted. You got it, sir.
Oh, I know it's granted. I don't have to request it, motherfucker. It's expected.
Oh shit, he changed it.
I am not on your panel.
Yeah. Motherfucker,
and I'm not gonna get so mad. I just needed to remind you of where you were. I'm sure.
Who are these two men we got on the?
So what were you saying to MKC?
I was talking to my daughter.
Oh, good for you. I bet she's a sweet child.
Yep, she sure is.
Just like her mother.
I love to hear that.
I have to flirt a little bit. Does she have a
Yeah, I love to hear the queen talk.
Okay, I don't know why he has to talk constantly. I was gonna ask, does she have a sing-song voice like you? I find your voice just delightful.
Tyra, come here right quick.
Oh, well, you don't have to do that.
She's right here.
Well, you have a delightful voice.
Say hi. She
Well,
said
you don't
no.
have to. Well, you know what? She does not have to. I just asked a question, and hopefully it wasn't inappropriate.
No, but I just wanted you to hear what her voice sound like. But she doesn't
I
want to.
bet. Well, she is demure. Is that the word?
Yeah, that's the word, Stanley. You're demure.
Demure.
Yeah,
Nightish, keep throwing the shots. There will be thunder and lightning.
Yeah, you caught it. Long as you caught it, that's all that matters. Who are these two dudes on screen right now?
See what you're doing.
I'm a
and I
poor. Who
love
is
it.
them two dudes
I
right there?
love it. Cause see, you want to do that passive aggressive.
No, not at all. Ever.
You want to do that passive.
No, I don't, sir. No, I don't. No, I don't.
Cali.
No, no.
We eat.
I don't want to
eat
talk
avocado
about
on toast.
I don't want to
sorta.
talk about avocado toast. Let's talk about these two dudes you got on screen right now. What are they talking about?
Two dudes.
Yeah.
You can't tell the difference.
Well, it's confused.
Is that what Cali did to you?
Cali.
One's a man, one's a woman, or one's a woman.
No,
and one's
they're both women. They're both
Okay.
women.
Okay.
Hey, you heard the last one. I said one's a woman. and
Now
one's a
this is actually going to be rather a competition. Now,
Mm.
the woman on the left, with the blue background, she's Michelle Martin, Harvard graduate.
Yeah.
Actually, wonderful woman. She is. She's possibly the best interviewer.
Why did she hate Dick though?
She's married to a man. Wow,
Mm.
has kids. She couldn't have hated Dick that much.
Mm.
You don't see. This is where the Y ends. Okay, bitch, enough. This is where the old YNs
Dumb.
want to. The old YNs want to do.
Why
that.
do you always want to take time out of your
dude?
Brother.
I'm talking. Can you wait till I'm done?
If it's not too long?
Well, motherfucker, if it's too long, go to your channel.
I don't have a channel.
Last I checked, you did. So my point is Michelle Martin is legendary. She's probably my age. Probably
90?
exactly
That part
my
is
age.
90 years old. That's crazy.
Oh my goodness, he's just gonna keep nattering on like an angry man. Everything, every sentence he has to interject. Go ahead and get it out of your system.
No, go ahead.
United. No, wait, hold it. I'm not gonna, it's KN, YN. How does this Nightish thing work?
I don't know.
Well, motherfucker, if you don't know at your age, will you ever know?
Ever know? I won't ever know.
That's problematic. But where I was going and what I was talking about is Michelle Martin, the woman on the left. She is legendary. She's been around for quite some time. She has a husband and kids and all that stuff. She's kind of like me. She doesn't have to do this shit. She just she enjoys doing it. The lady on the left, Princeton professor, I don't know her story. I was trying to listen to what she was talking about, but Nightish, you go ahead and you can't pick a
I don't have
woman.
no.
You
Listen,
can't pick. No. Where I'm
I
going
just want to
is
hear
can
them.
you pick-
I
can
just
you
want to
pick-
hear them.
Can you pick the heterosexual?
I just want to hear them.
Okay, this is where I go with this. Nightish thinks they're all men. Whether they
I don't
look
know.
like
I just
a
want to
woman
hear
or
them.
see, I think Nightish is actually racist.
Oh, no, it's not that.
I'm going there. I can put you in the
Stanley,
back and pontificate. I can
Stanley.
go there. It's my show, and now I'm having fun.
Yeah. You my little brother and I love you. I wish you let these women
Nightish
speak.
as a
Why
man.
are you holding these women
Nightish
hostage and not
as a
letting them
man.
speak?
has forgotten what
Stanley,
a
as my
feminine
little
looking
brother, why
black.
won't you let these women
Okay,
speak?
you are over talking me. Why are you?
No, I'm
doing
not.
that?
No, I'm talking with you.
No, you're talking at me and over me.
Well, I don't know why you take it that way because we
Can I
brothers.
goddamn finish my point and then you can respond?
Why won't you let these women speak?
See,
and
I
spend
don't
all
need,
the time on me?
I don't need a little graphic to
I
say
think
lands are
I
plain.
think it's
I
abusive
can
for
do
you
it.
not
I
let these
can
women
do
talk.
it without using fancy graphics.
I don't got no fancy graphics. I just want to hear the women
Yeah, you
speak.
do. Land your
Not
plane,
at all.
bitch. I don't even need a graphic to tell you that.
And why would you call these women
So
beautiful,
I thought
intelligent?
there was a pause and I could talk. Go ahead. You talking? You want to talk? Go ahead.
No, I want to hear these women speak.
What you want to hear, because I'm going to preface, is set your expectations. The woman on the left is my age. She's easily 60,
So 90, okay.
61. Okay,
90.
motherfucker, you're over talking me, and that is disrespectful.
I'm agreeing with you.
Now I'm starting to be annoyed. You are literally angry man,
I don't
except
wanna-
not as dumb. The only difference between you and angry man right now is you're not as dumb. Are you constipated? Is that what that means?
I just want to hear the women speak.
I'm constipated. You need some meta.
I just want to hear the women speak.
Well, bitch, you don't know which one is a woman. I'm trying to point
One
it
of them gotta be, because you said so.
out. You know what? I'm guessing between the two on the screen and the two on my panel. I'm thinking Nightish might be competition for the queen on his own channel.
Oh.
Have you ever noticed you're the big Nightish? I have to be honest. Have you ever noticed you're the biggest queen on your own channel?
Yeah, I love for one of them to think that.
Yeah, I thought. Now you know.
Yeah.
Any other silly questions, Queen?
I just want to hear these two queens talk.
Well, the one on the left is a legendary black woman.
Yeah, that's your
Harvard
man.
graduate.
Yeah, that's your man. Let's go with it.
See, you just want me to treat you like a Sharon would treat you.
Not at all, sir.
Oh, I bet you do.
What
Do
would
you want me
Sharon
to
treat me
find
like?
Brownsville to come
What
and
would Sharon
ask
treat me
you?
like?
Hey, Nightish, do you need to know where the woman at on this panel is?
What would
because of
Sharon
your
treat me
lust?
like?
Do you need to masturbate to? You need to know which one is a woman to masturbate to? Really?
I would never
I'm just
masturbate to
checking.
either one of
I'm
them.
just checking. All I have to say is you are
I
asking
can't even get hard for
strange
either one of them.
questions. You are asking strange
Respectfully.
questions.
No, I'm answering strange questions. I'm just saying I
you
would never
are
get erect
literally
for
asking
either.
which one is a woman. That's the question I'm
Yeah, I
talking
would never
about.
get erect for
Okay,
either
did
one
you
of
know?
them.
I'm talking about that strange question. Don't think I lost track of where we are, dude.
Yeah, we
So
here.
you can't
try to
tell
come
the
over
difference.
here.
Okay, Nightish. You can't tell
I
which
tried to
one.
come over here and give you your
Probably
masculinity
you can't
back. You don't
tell.
want to
You
accept
don't have to give me shit.
I try to come
son.
over here and give you your masculinity back. You don't want to accept it. I mean, it is.
Okay. No, I'm not going to accept that Cali
Right, so you want to say a bitch.
masculinity.
Okay,
It's
so
gay. Dude, y'all eat avocado toast. You don't need to.
I eat avocado
You don't need to
toast.
come up on my panel from Cali. I'm from Georgia. We
Yeah, a
know
whole
what
bitch
we
from
are.
Georgia. That's the crazy thing.
Bitch, have you ever fucking shot a rifle in your life? Yes,
I'm
or no?
sure you sat on your porch
Have
with your
you
shirt on,
ever
drinking-
shot
or
a 30-aught
drinking your
with your
Jubilee.
daddy and grandfather and
Why are
sons
you mad at
and
me,
cousins?
Stanley? You my brother. Why
Because
are you mad
you
at me?
are a Cali. You are
That's
a
okay.
Cali.
I accept
You're a
that.
Cali cantaloupe.
I accept that.
Dude, you're a fruit. Split you
I
apart.
accept it.
and
I
you
would
can't-
never be mad at you.
I will never take advice from a
I would
Cali
never
man.
be mad at you, Queen. You are what you are.
Hey, you can't be mad at me on my own.
Ever. No, ain't no way in the world. What did need a bait? No.
Now,
Aretha Franklin
let's
said
help
it.
you with recognizing a
Yeah, shout
woman
out to
that
Aretha
might
Franklin.
date you one
There's
day.
no way.
Okay, I think which woman would want to date you, Nightish? Pick one.
Neva. One
All of
don't
a
even
sudden,
read
Nightish
the
can't make a choice.
Not anyone
I
can't
think I
even
think
see
I think
it.
Nightish has a thing for cardigan sweaters.
Hey, TMKC, you got any cardigan
You're
sweaters?
constipated again.
I'm asking TMKC, you got any cardigan sweaters?
I got a whole bunch of them.
Yeah. And listen, Stanley, I would be gentle. I would one second, pussy. I would be gentle. I wouldn't even just
YN. He wants
shove the whole thing in off the bat. I look her in the eyes and say, no, I take my time with her.
Oh no. At your age, you don't have time.
Oh, plenty. I got enough time to not shut
I'm an
up.
old man like you. How much time do you actually have?
The same amount you do.
13 years, maybe.
Oh, wait, hold it. Now we got TMKC saying the N-word.
Oh, yeah, let's take it back. Hey, Stanley, do you want me to
What
leave?
on earth? You just woke up.
I came up here to spend some time with you. Am I offending you? If you want me to leave, just say so.
Who, me?
Yeah, if you want me to leave, just say leave, nigga, and I get up out your hair.
Well, you know what? You know, if I want you to leave, I'm going to bring Truth up here to giggle.
Oh, no, not the giggler monsters.
You know who, but listen, Stanley, you know whose side he going to be on if you bring him up here, right?
He going to be on Nightish side.
Let me tell you what side I'm going to be on. I'm going to be on Stanley's side. I'm good. Dude, no. See,
you want to sit between some man's leg and let him pick your throw out?
You asked me a question.
You want to
and
sit
I'm trying
between
to
some
answer
man's
it.
leg and pick your throw out?
This is what you and Truth and
asking a
Savage,
question, sir.
all y'all motherfuckers
asking
cannot
a question,
understand.
sir.
I'm gonna be
Do
on.
you want to sit
Stanley's
between
side.
some man's leg and let him pick your throw out?
I think you have gone too far. What you don't understand is fuck y'all. Savage, none of y'all can touch me on this point. Keep talking bullshit, and I will keep mocking you. Bring Truth here so I can mock that quote man about his high school giggly self. Dude, these motherfuckers, I notice the stupidity. Not God damn it, Nightish. Stop the cap. I know how to mock fools. Don't be one of the fools.
I know I hurt your feelings.
Dude,
Listen,
I honestly
we
don't
gotta be
have
more
it.
sensitive.
Okay.
Georgian.
There is no we, motherfucker. I literally just said I win, not I don't give a fuck about Truth or anyone else. Dude, if you come up and you make a stupid point, I'm gonna mock you because I think, dude, I would do the same thing with some redneck motherfucker or just some like ignorant Latino motherfucker. Be stupid. I'm a stupidest. I don't like stupid people talking about shit they don't know. Truth is just one of the stupid people, like many on YouTube.
Man, I guess I'm
I'm
stupid
an
too.
ignorant Latino.
No, how many
redneck
times have I
motherfucker.
called you stupid, TMKC?
So I guess
Or
I'm
even,
stupid
or
too because
even
if
implied
I
it.
shit talk about shit I don't know either.
Look, you don't make a fool of yourself doing it.
Thank you.
Oh, stop thanking me. You don't do it. All these fucking black cocks who think they're actual roosters.
Not my cock.
No, yeah, we were talking about
Leave
your
my
cock,
cock
Titus.
alone.
See,
You can say
this is
everything
what I'm
else,
talking
but
about. This is
Hey,
what I'm
ladies,
talking about. He thinks this shit is funny.
my
It's
cock
not.
is beautiful. I don't know what the hell he's talking
You
about.
know what? I'm gonna go pause.
Niners, can your cock do to do?
For damn sure.
Oh, goddamn, that's funny.
Way more than that 60-year-olds can.
Hey, let me tell you, it's just gonna make a sound and then be
No,
silent.
Stanley, I'm positive you like that chick with
You know
the
sound
cardigan.
you know the sound that them roosters make? They do it
Yeah.
sometimes and they go to sleep.
Eventually, yeah, but I'm sure you like the chick with the salt and pepper hair and a green t-shirt and a beige cardigan. Call her motherfucker.
Call her Elmer Fudger.
Yeah.
She do like a dude though. Like she even got her lips. She ready.
Well, I guess
Stop it,
this
baby.
is, well, I can always sorry, okay. I don't know why I have to hear all this copyrighted bullshit. Trying to get my channel taken down too?
Oh, that was Niners that was playing those noises.
No, I don't have a soundboard. Why would I? I'm not that interested in the production. But
Oh,
let me say this though. No, it's not me. But see, this is the difference between me and people like Nightish. I believe my eyes. You know, I know who Michelle Martin is. I don't know who this Princeton professor is. Who knows? She might be interested in men, but I'm going to assume she's not. And I would never be inappropriate with
Wait,
her.
the dude
I
for
wouldn't
Honey,
even- dude, I don't make jokes like that. See, this is what all these old YNs do. You don't know her, but you feel free to make jokes about people you don't know. It is literally base. Now,
I want to
is-
hear what his voice
is
sound like. I'm
Stanley,
really
well, hold on. Stanley is swinging to cope.
Yeah.
Stop stressing him out. You two. Natasha, you think
For sure, Natasha. Natasha, I love Stanley. That's my little brother, and I'm trying to help him.
No,
He
why?
don't want to
I'm
learn.
trying to figure out why she
You want to
thinks
stay
I'm right.
stagnant.
The more I talk, the less
You, I
I'm
just
swig-
laughing.
the
I
more
want to get
talk,
Stanley to the
less I
500
swig.
subscribers so he can get monetized, but he fights against me, and I don't understand why.
You know what? I don't want to be monetized if I have to be like Izzy Bands or John Galt.
No, you would be like
I
Stanley.
don't
You
give
couldn't
that
be
much
Izzy
fuck about
Bands.
it.
Why would you think I would have made you somebody other than yourself, sir?
No. I'm saying it's really not that
All you need is some shorts, a few thumbnails, and let me
Dude,
give you a few bells and
shitloads
whistles.
of shorts.
Why
I
don't
got-
you want? Why don't you want? Let me ask you this, because I don't understand why we're doing this. It's crazy. Why wouldn't you want your brother to help you get over the hump?
Like
What
what?
hump?
Getting over the hump.
Why does my brother think there's a hump?
No. So Stanley, let me talk to you. So I got my channel taken away, right?
Another one? Oh my God, Nadia! It's really you.
Just one TMKC, and I only been back 1 month, right? Stanley.
Dang, if that's true, that's so sad.
I only been back 1 month, and I'm almost at 200 people, and just being me. I've been saying fuck YouTube since I came here. I don't care about YouTube. What I care about is the people that support me. And Stanley, you one of them people that support me, and I want to see you get over the hump also.
Well,
you want to have conflict, and I don't.
I kind of have a different. I support you because I like you. I think
I like you too. I respect you as well.
Hold on.
Do I not say it all the time? Do not say all the you always want to argue with me, and I say it all the time. I respect you, Stanley. Why you keep
I want to refine your argument for you.
Okay.
Dude, I support you because I support you. I think the content is worthy of me supporting. I don't know that it doesn't mean you have to support me.
I do.
I support you.
I try to show reciprocity. No, listen what I'm saying. I try to show reciprocity to the people.
Dude, I've told you forever, at least as long as I've known you, you put out a quality product.
You do too.
The music alone is like quality.
You do too. And all I be trying to say to you is, let's work together and tweak up some shit. And I know you don't really care, but I care.
Well, if I can benefit you, fine. But dude, I'm not a joiner. I'm gonna do what I want to do because I am literally waiting on my sourdough starter.
Hey, wait, let me ask you a question, Stanley. Do you have an IG?
I do.
Can you give me your IG? I want to work with you, brother. That's all.
I would literally have to let's look. No, you know what? Savage has it. I will find it and send it to you.
Yeah,
I don't
put it in a private chat. Put it in a private chat so we can holler at each other. Because it's a few things.
Everyone should hit my IG because I literally never look at it. Who knows what's
well, if you give it to me, you got to look at it because I'm gonna be talking to you.
Well, see, Mackenzie gets it. It's some weird like South Georgia. We like it's like it's a little community and it shall grow the way it shall grow.
So you're saying you won't give me the IG because you won't respond?
No. Of course I will, but I want you to understand where I'm going. I almost fear monetization because dude, where am I going to go from 61? I'm never going to.
It's just a couple extra.
I want to do what I want to do when I want to do it. And
I agree with you. I'm riding with you. You my guy, but it's just a couple extra dollars. That's all it is. It's partnership with no, not IG. When you get onto the YouTube partnership program, when people can send you super chats.
You mean when I get monetized?
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Look. Here is, and I've been saying
this. Okay, fuck it then. Keep your IG. I ain't gonna say nothing else. I'm done with it. You got it, brother. You got it. You got it.
Finish what I'm.
As a matter of fact, I'm just gonna leave because I don't know why Stanley want to argue with me today.
You were gonna leave anyway. Yeah. So I almost. Yeah, I don't know. He probably wants to start a show or something and is annoyed that I'm not on board with it 100%. I want to be monetized because it's an achievement, but I used to tell my son, look, do well in school. It's easier to turn down colleges and choose the one you want. I'm not, I'm afraid that if I get monetized, should I ever get there, I won't be able to do what I want to do. And it's not like I'm weird or super raunchy or, it's a choice I'll make when I get there. And I don't need to get there real soon. I'm good. I'm surviving. I'm happy. It's an empty nest. My son's out there somewhere, probably about to order some goddamn pizza. And he should not.
Pizza.
We have pizza dough here.
So does he still live there, or he just lives at college?
No, he's at Georgia Tech. He's here for spring break. He doesn't live here anymore. He left a while ago. Now he's here, hopefully this summer, he'll be off somewhere working, but no. Nope. He lives in Atlanta. I live 40 miles outside of Atlanta.
Oh.
So, yeah, it's midterms. It is so funny. But you know what? He is doing well. Goddamn, he's a good 6'1". He is 6'1" and smart. So good for him.
How tall are you?
Used to be 6 feet. Not so sure I am anymore. I've had people shrink in their old age. But if you saw my son, you wouldn't say he's ugly.
I'm pretty sure he's not. You're not ugly, Steve.
No, you haven't seen. Have you actually seen like Nightish's pictures of me? I'm not super handsome. I'm
seen your picture of you.
I am competent. I'm not ugly. I'm just competent. So let's see, where are we?
Nightish, Stanley is not your little brother. He's 60 and you're 55 or 56.
No. He's mad because I call him son. And you know what? As I said, Nightish is cool. Savage is cool too. Salute Savage. I should be monetized, but you know what? I don't.
No, Mackenzie Carter Cameron. Pick a name, damn it.
What is Mackenzie doing? No, Mackenzie's now I'm going to say Mackenzie's my homegirl. She's my homegirl.
Is her name Mackenzie Carter or Cameron, or is it all three of those names?
I never asked her. Well, women these days have 3 names, but here's the deal. They don't want to lose old friends. Who knows? I do know she's my homegirl. Gryotonics or Pilates. Yeah, okay. And I've seen Natasha's a cute girl too. See, I and this is gonna be so funny. When you're old,
you beat Mackenzie. You didn't have to call out my name.
You were like
you the one mentioned me. I didn't mention you first, bitch.
Hold it. Wait, hold it. Dude, Chuck, What on earth? Hey, Chot, by the way. All right, ladies. Let's start a video.
Populate them. And I think that, it points to a particular way that in this administration, that it's really upwardly mobile Black people, Black professionals that have been in the crosshairs of this administration. And I think in some ways the reason for that is because it fulfills a part of the Trump narrative that white workers who may be facing unemployment, economic insecurity, and downward mobility should blame Black people for that, and should blame also the federal government for, in its kind of the Trump administration's rationale, the assumption that the federal government has been doing something improper, has placed its thumbs on the scales to help Black people at the expense of white people, that the federal government has somehow chosen to assist Black people to create this upward mobility by hiring people who did not belong in these jobs, and that the Trump administration sees itself as correcting this problem.
You make the argument that this is a variation on the welfare queen trope, this notion that these undeserving poor people are getting stuff from the government. Tell us what your thesis is.
Well, it's really a shift away from the way that the Republican Party in particular, but also in a bipartisan fashion, that there has been a focus on Black poor people, that there has been a fixation with Black people allegedly using up too much social welfare, that has been a focal point of politics for Democrats and Republicans for 2 generations. And part of what I'm arguing in this article is that for the Republican Party in the last decade or the last 15 years, that the base of the party has changed significantly to now include many more poor white people who utilize Medicaid, poor white people who utilize food stamps and other parts of the social welfare state that have really complicated the typical kind of scapegoating of poor people abusing the welfare system as a political focal point. And so instead of focusing on the plight of the poor, they've now begun to focus on upwardly mobile Black people as the real problem, and the role of the federal government in assisting these people up the ladder into stable jobs, into stable livelihoods, while at the same time that there has been this pronounced downward mobility of white people that has been discussed over the last decade in the framework of the deaths by despair language. And part of what I'm trying to argue is that it's untrue. And that if you look at any of the kind of social measures of the quality of life for people in the United States, Black people still come out lower in the social hierarchy than most white people. It doesn't mean that there's not a hardship among white people, just as it doesn't mean that there has not been an expansion of the Black middle class. And over the last 2 generations, the development of a Black political elite or the development of a Black economic elite. But when you look at the sort of average
anyone got comments on her point, which is we are fooling ourselves if we think that a Black elite or even middle class, it's not getting better. And some of it, I'll stop there. Any comments?
So do you believe that I think they call themselves the D9?
I don't give a fuck about any of that. That's not what she's talking about.
Welcome back, Nine-ish.
Why so upset, Stanley?
Well, I'm not upset other than you didn't hear what she said. You're
I listened
bringing up
to her very
okay, Nidish, this is
patiently.
what I'm talking about.
Go ahead.
She was not talking about D9. She wasn't talking about black fraternities or sororities or
Hey, black.
HBUs. She was talking about the black middle class. And by the way, the black middle class is not automatically D9. Where are you getting this from?
You think it's ignorant?
I literally think you have no point.
Okay, so let's talk about it. I think that the middle class is D9.
And you would be wrong.
So who are they then?
Well, dude,
I
I've
think
never,
you have to have a certain
okay,
level-
I'm trying to give you anecdotal experience.
Go ahead.
I have never joined a fraternity. My mother, who went to Savannah State, she was never in a sorority. The
Yes.
fuck are you talking about?
All I'm saying-
Literally, my sister, retired teacher, doing very well, never a part of a sorority. We're middle class.
I respect that.
And again,
That's
it's
lower middle class,
anecdotal.
right?
It is the black
that
middle
lower
class.
middle
The
class?
black middle class.
No,
is
I'm asking
not.
a question if you
Okay,
receive it.
well, you're
I'm
gonna let me
asking you,
finish my point before you answer the question.
let me know
I
when you're
hope.
finished then, Queen.
Okay, I don't know why you don't understand how conversation works. Are you used to
No, I'm listening to you, Queen.
Izzy
Let me know
or
when I can
angry
go.
man? Are you used to fuzzy or
I'm with
freaky
respect.
or
I'll
dude,
wait
you
till you're
don't
finished.
understand. See, you know how YouTube panels work.
I don't
That's
know.
not
I don't know anything about
that's not
YouTube channels.
actual thoughtful
I want to respect
conversation.
your space
That's
because this
well
is
then
your
if
space.
you respect me, let me finish my answer.
Okay, so let me know when you finish, Queen.
Motherfucker, you might know once I put you in the back if you keep yapping.
Okay.
The point is most of y'all old YNs have no
Yes.
clue. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to put some discipline into this. Y'all
Yes.
have no goddamn clue what you're talking about most of the time. Once again, no idea what a black middle class is. Most black people aren't doing D9. Most black middle class people aren't D9. It is a fantasy that you and Cellulite and Savage just sit there, get drunk, and fantasize about. Silly boys.
Is it
I'm
my
done.
turn now? Okay. So
Oh, I'm
here's the-
sorry. I'm sorry. You don't know when your turn is done if I don't do that stupid graphic about a plane landing. Gotcha.
No, you have to say it's my turn now,
I'm
Queen.
done.
When you-
I said I'm
Okay,
done.
so it's my turn
Don't
now.
get your
So why
feelings
in my
hurt
turn are you
over.
talking?
Don't get
So
your
why during
feelings
my
hurt.
turn are you talking?
Don't get your feelings.
Why
This
during
is
my
not your
turn are you talking?
channel.
Sister,
Don't
why
get your
during my
feelings.
turn are you talking?
Don't see.
Why
You have to
sister?
come.
Why are you talking during my
I'm
turn?
gonna wait for your response to my point.
No. Why are you talking during my turn, Queen?
I'm not.
Okay, so let me say this. I believe that the educated would be the upper middle class. So that's why I say the D9. Those people that you're talking about that somehow got into there by their
Sorry.
no, you were saying something. So this is your channel. I want to respect you. Go ahead.
No. I'm gonna mute and let you finish the whole point.
No, I'll mute. I'll let you talk.
I am
I evidently
literally
am out of my fucking mind. Go ahead.
So, are you saying D9 implies upper middle class? What kind of bullshit demographic? Dude, you don't do your research. See, leave it to people like me who actually have some semblance of numbers. If you honestly think joining a black fraternity or sorority, a quote D9, leads to upper class, boy howdy, are you ignorant. Oh, I'm sorry, I don't have that graphic to
Those people
to
that
say.
are in the fraternities, they think they're part of the upper class. They're so
Well,
bougie.
they can think all they want. Well, let's see if little boy Blue here is still awake.
No, I'm asleep. I'm definitely asleep.
It was a joke. It was a joke. D9 doesn't mean you're middle class. Don't know where you ever got that idea from. And like Tamika says, they may think they are, but you know, there's a phenomenon.
You call her
that I don't know.
TMKC.
I
You do
don't.
not call her Tamika, bitch.
What? She's giving me permission to. Did I do something wrong?
No, he's just
What?
spazzing.
No, I know she's TMKC, but you know, I think she's a sweet young lady. She lets me call her by her name.
Shout out to that queen letting a whore call her Tamika.
Stanley is not a
So
whore.
where I'm going with this is that you must somehow figure out how to take data, use your own critical thinking and sometimes rhetorical skills, and stop being enamored by the D9. I don't get that D9 bullshit. Dude, you want to know? Let me tell you something. And I guess I'm talking to my darling TMKC right now. Dude, my mother.
No, you don't get to call your
hold
daughter,
on.
because
My mother,
the fact that you said
dude,
D9,
I'm talking about my
the way that
mother.
you said is offensive.
Hurricane Dolores. Why are you over talking me talking about my mother? You know what? Hurricane Dolores.
I didn't say nothing about anyone's mom. What are we doing now?
Understood. It's a joke. God damn, dude. Relax. Look, and you will my mother, she would honestly, knowing my mother, if I had proposed joining a fraternity, she would have gone, you have to know my mother. She was the snoot of, she is the snootiest snoot that ever snooted. Dude, she didn't fucking join a sorority because she thought they were ghetto. So, and she never told me that. I just know my mother. Yeah. Like doing that robotic stepping bullshit. Nope, not for me. So that's it. I never joined a fraternity. And my
You know
mother
what?
never.
I'm glad
My
I
mother
never.
never. Well, hold on one sec. My mother never said, Stanley, you shouldn't join one. She raised me. It's like, do what? So I'm sorry I interrupted.
It's okay. I'm just glad I didn't join one because don't the girls got to hang out with the boys? And at that time,
Right.
men didn't like to take showers. So just imagine all that flapping around. I would have been so fucking annoyed. I wouldn't have been dating anybody for sure just because of that.
Well, now I'm much older than you are, so you know I'm sure it's changed. But
Yeah, at least your dad's age. Old as shit.
I'm sorry, what?
I said at least her dad's age. He's old as fuck.
Who, me?
Yeah, for sure.
Well, I don't know. My son.
Now's the time. This nigga not gonna be here that much longer, y'all. So let's celebrate.
Well, I got a 19-year-old, soon to be 20. Don't be deceived. And this kind of intersects with that dumb generational argument that Nightdish and his little boyfriend Cellulite like to sell like crack. So I don't, when you say D9, I go ghetto. D9's nothing special.
Listen, I can't help the fact you hear 9 and get freaky with it. That's weird for you.
You brought up D9.
It is what it is. It is what it is. You heard 9 and all your fucking fantasies.
I've heard
haywire, and I don't know why you
Night.
All up. He got his little thong in a twist, worrying about D9 and his middle class.
You think I wear
dude,
thong?
D9
That's
just
what
I
my
wear thong? I don't wear bottoms at all, sir.
D9 is
I let it all breathe.
You don't have to join the
I don't
D9.
ever put
Don't
on
be
anything.
jealous. Don't
I don't
be
wear.
jealous of
Listen,
the
listen.
alphas.
I
Don't
air
be
it out.
jealous
I
of
let
the
my freak flag fly, sir.
motherfucker. And being from
I don't wear bottoms at all.
Yeah,
All I do is
you
put on
probably
shirts.
got about 8 of them.
All I do is put on shirts. Nuts and balls is out in
That
the
shirt
wind.
looks like a freak flag with sleeves.
I'll put a towel around my lower bottom, but no, I'm finna.
Please don't say that. Please
I want
don't
to
say that.
I let the berries and all that other shit hang.
What the fuck? Oh, so you got dingleberries all over the place. That's what you're talking about? Go
No,
wash your
I know for a fact there are dingleberries because I'm a clean person. But I let these motherfuckers
we shall play more this
I let
video.
these chestnuts
This
logs.
is a
I let
mind
these
cleanser
chestnuts logs breathe. I
about
ain't trying to suffocate them. What the fuck is we doing up here?
Wow. Savage, hit the link. Come and save your boy.
Hey, listen, Savage can only save himself. But I tell you this about this here. I tell you this about this here.
Savage
Listen,
doesn't know
I've
how
never heard
to
somebody say they wasn't
Savage.
enjoying themselves.
The
You know what I'm saying?
only panels.
I've actually said this to somebody, Stanley. I said, "You want me to stop?" She said, "No, it feel good."
On your panel?
Everywhere on my panel and everywhere else. Nigga.
Yeah, okay.
Experience of your everyday working class or middle class Black person. And there is not a single industry in which Black people are doing better than white people. Within the housing market, Black housing is valued at less than it is for white people. And every step along the way within these social barometers, Black people come out worse. So the federal government really in trying to promote this argument is engaging in dishonesty, really.
I'm not sure if it's the federal government or it's this administration.
Right.
The president has not made it a secret that he looks with disdain upon the Civil Rights Act, and also has engaged in just sort of cultural language that many people are sort of discourse that people find offensive. I don't need to remind people of that sort of social media post that he shared with the Obama's faces superimposed upon images of monkeys. And of course, his spokesman tried to argue that there were other people who were depicted as zoo animals. But I think that, for African Americans, and I think most people who are paying attention, that obviously evokes some very specific stereotypes.
Well, it's much deeper than that. I mean, I think we can say that this administration really has embraced the politics of white supremacy in a very open way, probably in ways that are unheard of in the modern president.
Well, let me thank my friend, and I miss her when she just goes a week. It doesn't show up to say hey, but TMKC, you are a dear friend. Your voice is just delightful. So,
Nigga, I'm not finna sit up here while you flirt with my girl like this, motherfucker. The fuck is we doing?
I'm
right
sorry,
now?
I didn't realize.
Calm your ass down, nigga. Get your freaky desires to
Well,
yourself.
damn, I'm just thanking her. You okay?
Oh, freaky ass,
dude. You know,
can't stand here the old freaky ass nigga that's about to leave this earth.
Yeah, well, let me
goofy ass shit. Calm your ass down, nigga.
Yeah, I'm calm. Look, just to remind everyone, this is going to be about a premise that America needs to unite because we were more united 100 years ago, and I think that's ahistorical, if not outright Three Stooges level laughable. America is literally a team of rivals, and it's that way because it was designed to be that way. Madison, in particular, will back me up on this from those many years ago. Sorry if you're upset, but I think Tamika is a darling.
I'm not
We'll
saying
say more
she's
about
not a
that
darling.
because
I'm saying that your bitch ass is up here trying to. No. You need a young white woman to back you up with some goofy shit you saying about what you think about fucking 1923.
That's the problem. You think I'm goofy when I'm just normal.
I don't think that everybody does. I'm trying to give you.
I'm sorry.
I'm trying to give you.
Don't make me get brutal, Nightish. Don't make me get.
I don't give a fuck about your brutality, bitch.
You know what? I'm gonna think for you. You don't want me to get brutal. So let's go back to your calm, safe space. Look at the card again. That'll justify whatever bullshit you think.
supremacy, and I mean, because what I read your piece is to indicate that they've embraced a sort of a politics of white victimization. Do you think that that's the same thing, that white people are being victimized by unqualified, unfair systems that are putting them at a disadvantage? So why do you say it's white supremacy?
Well, because part of, in their calculation, the problem with that is that white people are superior. And I think that if you look at not just the treatment or discourse around Black people, but the idea that Haitian immigrants are eating cats and dogs in Springfield, Ohio, that Somalian Americans or Somalian refugees.
Now, see, it's surprising. Somalis, there are no Somalians. She's confusing them with marshmallows you roast over a fire. UConn is University of Connecticut. Tamika, they have had.
I'm talking to Tamika, nigga.
I'm sorry, what?
You heard me, bitch.
What are we at the club?
Yeah, we at the club, nigga.
Oh boy. You go ahead and talk.
I think that cardigan wearing wanna be a man ass bitch is just babbling.
I think she is your match. I bet she would appreciate that weird looking shirt you're wearing. And she'd slap off that hat and give you a big old kiss.
No, I want a blowjob. Fuck a kiss.
You know what?
Talking my microphone.
I want some sloppy topics from that bitch. I want her to come back to reality.
You know what? You're not gonna get it, dude. You have to pay for all that. and thank God.
Pay for it.
Yes.
Yeah,
At your
especially
age, at your age, yes.
Wait, Stanley. I don't know what's going on with
all kinds of special requests.
Respectfully, Stanley.
Motherfucker, go through like a drive-through and order what you want. Because you're gonna pay for it.
I don't know what you're going through, Stanley. This is like that's crazy.
You don't know much of anything. That's
I'm on camera, Stanley. Listen, this is like
you will cry and fight back.
No, I'm not trying to fight back at all. But
you have literally lost, and you don't even know it.
How am I lost?
And look at your little bitch, Savage. What the fuck does SMH mean?
Don't listen.
Suck my what?
Head, the head of it, the tip, the top.
Head? That means suck my head.
Yeah. Say on a helmet. That's all that means. Why do we have to go there?
That secret you're trying
suck my
to
helmet. Yeah, that's what that means.
Savage. I think
look me in my eyes. Yeah.
This is not some weird OnlyFans. What is it?
OnlyFans.
What's the place?
Why are you talking about TMKC?
Let me help you.
Get your uncle.
Let me help you. Your boyfriend goes SMH. To me, that's secret code.
Nightish, he's my daddy.
Oh my God.
Look at Nightish struggling. I'm enjoying this.
Did you see what Natasha Vincent said?
And look at little Savage, too cowardly. Savage is the cowardly lion. Goddamn legs up, boy. Come on up, boy. I'm gonna just mock Savage. It means shake my head. That wasn't even toward you, Stanley. You were sad.
That's how he talks real. Oh, hell no. You better stop. I thought that was your friend, Stanley. How could you?
No, motherfucker.
This is how he treat his friends.
They are my friends.
This is how he treat his friends.
Now look. Here we go. Hey, Knight, I'm doing a show. Come through.
Hey, start it right now so I can read it. Hey, Savage. Start your show right now. Start your show right now, Savage, so I can read
let me say this.
This is debauchery over here. Savage, this is debauchery.
Like a teenage white boy.
Start your show right now so I can go over there.
Okay. I need to make this joke. Savage spells through like some teenage white boy from Connecticut. Dude, you're not black. Stop thinking you are. Black people come from the South and Tamika. Just ignore it. This is for joke purposes. So Cali Knight in Connecticut Savage, they need to know who the real man is.
You're abusive. Why?
They're just gonna get dragged. They think they are all that, dude. And not only that, they're YNs compared to me. Sorry, Savage. We're a YN. You got something to say there, Savage?
Yeah. I'ma always protect you, Stanley. You my little brother. I'm not gonna let him bully you.
I don't need you to protect
I'm
me.
gonna always protect you.
And look at this bitch.
I'm out of here.
Is it okay for little Savage to go, y'all come over to the Golden Land? You know, let me put it to you this way. There are people who would have problems with
get blocked on their channel.
Advertising. I assume he means everybody here needs to go there to have more fun. Have more fun. I'm old.
Too bad I don't have the big range, because I would have been like, block them.
No. You have a wrench here,
You
though.
can permanently block them, but I'm talking about just time them out. Get that off the screen.
No. You gotta let these YNs. They'll run their course and be wise. They will. Even if the YN is like 40 something, they will grow up.
I want
And
one.
by the way, it's just YouTube. I don't have to deal with them other than my chat.
Hey, Stanley. Okay, let me ask you a question. Okay, so if you know somebody who's a YN who is from the same part of town that you're from, the same age, know the same people, does that make you a YN too?
No.
Oh, yay! I'm not a YN. Okay, great.
Well, no. That's like look, after
I used to be bad,
look,
like he.
I know United. It doesn't mean you associate with them. It's not like I go to the YN cookout. And I make sure that
I used to as a kid. I didn't have a choice.
I'm sorry, say that.
That's when I didn't know who my daddy was.
Oh, come on now. Now you're snorting? Oh, Lord. Look, I am only one person's father. And you know, he's across the hall doing whatever 19-year-old nerds do. I only have one responsibility, and you know. Well, no, it's not, dude. It's how men are. You know, you do what you got to do to make your children successful, and you know, hopefully, the boomerang comes back. But I'll be fine either way. I will die happy if I know that you know my son is doing well. Whatever happens after that is on him.
Well,
Because I will always have comments.
Well, he's doing well, so
Yep. And I think Knight is just doing well. I think, you know, most of these content creators are doing way better than me. All of them are. The ones that have criticisms and critiques of, they're all doing better. But I don't need the fans. I don't, you know, it'll be nice to be monetized, but I don't need the adulation. It is much more important to hear the boring topics. Honestly, Natasha said she learns, and hopefully not too much about me. she might just be saying, well, you know what, dude, I'm learning about how weird you are. But in some ways, I am more pro-black than a Nightish or Izzy Bands or I was gonna call him Simone. Sharon could possibly be. I know more about who we are. And it's not it's by my mother. I was listening to something about Clarence Thomas today. And it was by a white historian talking about she went to Savannah and she was like pinpoint, you know, motherfucker, I grew up there. I know it because I've been there as a little boy. I've hung out there. You know, actually, that might be more interesting now that I think about it.
So, are you close to Savannah right now?
No, I'm in Georgia. I'm about 4 hours away from it. I'll be there. I will be in Savannah Thursday afternoon.
You should
Going to
go
visit.
pick
Mhm.
some fruit from the tree or something and show us like
Fruit out of the
names.
tree. Dude,
Don't they
there-
have fruit
look,
trees like
Savannah. No. You know what? I will take pictures. Look, Savannah isn't where I grew up. I suspect I'll probably one of these days die there. And I will have to import my wife. But no, Savannah is me. Let me find this because look, I didn't know. I knew, everyone knows if you grew up there, Savannah is rather special, but I didn't know. Sometimes you tend to appreciate where you're from the older you get. You'll feel that way about, your city, and I know where it is. You'll feel that way too.
they're changing it too much.
They're changing Savannah too. But where I'm from is kind of a cool thing. They're not going to change the downtown historic part. And I remember, you were such a sweet woman. Damn it. I should turn this into I should turn this into a flirting channel. All the women I like flirt with you.
Who are the women that you like, Stanley?
Oh my goodness. Don't put me on the spot like that.
Tell me.
Should I go from oldest to youngest?
Sure.
Well, you're not the old. You are a young lady. And the first thing you don't do as a man of my age is you got to think of the young lady first. You have a life and you have a future thing that you shall do. You shall be great.
Are you talking about
yes, I'm talking about you and to you at the same time.
it just keeps going in and out. I don't know if it's my phone or what.
Let's see. Chat. Am I steady on the volume? 1 if yes, 2 if by no. Well, that's a joke too. But I was thinking about this. You know what? It's a white woman talking about Savannah. I'm not doing that either. Uh-oh. Well, you too.
I couldn't help it. Okay, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right. Look, let me tell you something here. You're a queen here. I just enjoy talking to you.
I like talking.
You can do wrong, but you'd have to go a ways.
Yeah, that's when I'm like really flipping out. But I try
Well,
not
no,
to.
you can. I've heard you say some things. I'm like, what? I've heard you.
I'm trying to be good. It's so hard. People just keep pushing your buttons.
Well, don't let me be one of those people, man.
You push my buttons. You're always super nice to me.
Let's see. What do we have here?
Well, what do people miss?
Certainly not there. Well, let me see if I can lighten the mood. Hmm. Well, apparently there are no light moods here. Well, tell you what, let's do this.
You should play your gardening girl. I like her. That's a light mood.
I'm
Or
sorry,
the girl.
what?
I said you should play your gardening girl. That's the light mood. Or the
Oh,
girl that.
you know what? Absolutely. You know what? I missed that. Absolutely, I will. That is a good choice. This woman, I think she lives in Canada, but I would I would let's see here. Because I missed it totally. It's near the top, probably. And her channel's Black Thumb. You know what? Actually, let's make that easy. Nope. That didn't make it easier. Or we could hear Jacques Barzon. You know what? Let's look at this. Now, this is a woman who is just looking gorgeous. So, you know, there are a bunch of channels who do these little 5 or 10-minute skits. And I did not know that Tiffany Silver did this. Tiffany Silver has like close to 500,000 viewers, and she is an outdoors girl. She is just a treasure. So let's play this. I will be right back.
Why you can't just be romantic? Like, why me always have to say, babe, let's go on a date? Babe, why you can't give me roses? Why you can't plan something for once? Why is it so hard for you to understand as a man?
Yo, you complain about everything, you know? Naga. You just always in my ears. Mercy.
Honestly, I'm just tired of you. Like, I just can't bother no more.
You tired of me?
Yeah.
You know what me tired of? Me tired of your cooking. What tastes like shit. Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
Confession.
Okay, you know me tired of?
Oh, tell me.
You always eat steamed fish, and you always have jelly back. Yeah.
Take that back.
Take back what? The truth? The truth shall set you free. I'm gonna feel very free right now. So I'm not take back nothing. Yeah.
You know, me notice with you because you look good and your skin clean.
Facts.
And your shape nice. You think I'm afraid for left you? Pack your things and leave right now.
I mean, that's
Yes.
me for leave? I'm not going away. As my memory serves me right, we split all the bills, including the mortgage. So, Sir Kyle, I'm not going away. So if you have a problem with me, if you can't stand me, I constantly complain, see the door there. Go on. Come and I'll leave.
Well, me not leave either.
There's 2 rooms. So it's either you move out or you move in the next one.
Gladly.
Fine.
Fine.
Bye, Rooney. Jelly back.
Yo. Oh man, I'm jelly, man. No jelly bucket.
Well, my darling Tamika has left. Well, let me so dirty salute, and I saw you earlier. Let me tell you, and y'all remember Tiffany Silver. Um I'm multifaceted, Natasha. Let me tell you how I know Tiffany Silver though. This woman is awesome. And she's an outdoors girl. So this is the same Tiffany Silver you saw there. This is Tiffany Silver.
What do we have here? All right, guys. So it's a block the way. So I'm gonna cut it.
Start her up.
All right.
Now, this is the same woman you saw in that little short vignette. Same girl. And this is from this was released a couple days ago. Same girl. And this is what I like about her. She is gorgeous.
Oh, long way. Yeah.
Now, I would have said with that little thing, go up and it'll split from the top. I'd have never gone from the bottom. But again, I like outdoors girls who clean up nice. I don't know. My wife was kind of shit. She was a better rifle shot than me. So I like outdoorsy girls who can be beautiful. Anyway.
Welcome, guys. Welcome back to your favorite water, baby. We are on a lobster dive today. I'm pretty excited. I haven't had lobster since the year started, and it's lobster season still. So we're gonna catch some lobsters before the season ends. It's a beautiful day, sunny all right through the day. Yesterday, days after that, it was just raining, pouring rain. We attempted to dive, it wasn't working. The water was dirty. However, today the water is clean, clear. I feel so good. We're gonna get ready with everything and then I'll get back to you guys. All right. Whew, I'm tired. Boy. It's such a beautiful day that we immediately jumped straight into the diving. Wasted no time because we wanted to beat the bad weather. I dived first and I couldn't believe the amount of lobsters I saw all in one place. I took the first shot, but the lobster went further into a hole. So then I went for the second shot at another lobster and I got it. Just as he came off the spear, Raj caught it just in time. These lobsters are the sweetest lobsters I've ever eaten. It's different from the primary spiny lobsters that we're used to, but these are called the spotted spiny lobsters. It's also popular in Jamaica. As we were about to take our second dive, we saw this beautiful nurse shark swimming away after being asleep. It's the biggest one I've seen, so we kept our distance. So Raj is taking his first dive. He's attempting to spear the lobster that I've missed that went deeper into the hole. He was unsuccessful. The lobster went much further into the hole, so we just moved on to check out another spot because these lobsters here were too small. It's definitely a good day for me when I see some lionfish. They are extremely bad for the coral reef, but absolutely delicious to eat. Raj's.
Let me just stop this right quick. And I think I did, but I want to make sure Tamika is appreciated for her supporting the show. She doesn't get over here much. She works hard, but special shout out to my darling Tamika. She is a wonderful young lady. So I am going to it's towards Saturday's show. And quite frankly, now that I think of it, I'm gonna be in Savannah. So it might be either quite the show or no show. I will know. Sea massacre. What? Oh my lord. What are you, a vegetarian, Natasha? You probably the shellfish part. Look, I am understanding that I was surprised to see you were 6 feet tall. Why would you be surprised? Back in my day, I'm 61, so we are shrinking quickly, but yeah. Um, yeah, I was one we were sailors, all that stuff. Look, I was in the Navy, gotta know how to swim in the Navy. If you don't know, they will teach you. But no, you know what? It's my time. I hope you hit the link one day. I would love to talk to you. Lionfish are poisonous, except if you know how to handle them. Fugu is poisonous too, pufferfish. That's why we're human. You learn how to deal with them. Um, Don't be scared, Dave. Don't be scared.
Removing the spines of the
Black
lionfish.
people
Their
know
spines
how
are
to
only
deal
venomous,
with the
so once you
lionfish.
remove them, it's very safe to eat. Raj was showing me a lobster just there under this rock, and I went too close thinking it was much further in, and he got away. But I was not going to resurface until I got a lobster. So I looked inside the hole to my left and saw a spotted spiny lobster. And boom, I got him. So here we have Raj. He was checking out the spot to see if there were any lobsters. And
And
I
their
thought that he caught
equipment
a
has
lobster
just gotten
on the
so
spear.
much better. This is rather interesting. Their equipment has gotten like way better. Better cameras, better, suits for diving. It is good to see this kind of Tiffany Silver has kind of built a whole business. Um, and I've been watching her for maybe 5 years. She's got way better, and quite frankly, she is so attractive. Um, and good for her. Good to see, good to see young black people doing well.
Turns out he shot a moonshine snapper. Really tasty fish. He took another dive at the same spot and got a beautiful size spiny lobster. Guys, Raj is telling us that there are 4 lobsters down there. I was so excited about this spot because there were plenty lobsters everywhere. We dove down to check it out.
Just a fair warning. I will go 15 more minutes. 15 more minutes. I'm lazy. StreamYard will not provide the automatic cutting into shorts mode, and I do have to, sometime I have to do dinner, and on top of that, um, poor little Savage is, looking at monetization. Look, I want to be monetized, but actually, I want the opportunity to be monetized. I'll make the decision. Quite frankly, it has gone a year, probably going to be next year at this time before I even have 500 subscribers. I got dude, I have like 30,000 watch hours. This is the weirdest thing. Part of it is because once I set up the simulcast with the John Galt people, John Galt himself, that helped. But I do a show every day. You're gonna accumulate hours, and I enjoy doing it. And then all of a sudden, StreamYard has helped with the automatic, creating shorts. I literally just get to choose, delete or keep, um, and then I get to resort. Um, I actually like editing if I don't have to rewatch my dumb bullshit. Dude, I hate watching myself, rewatching myself. Dude, having to hear my droning voice. My God, why do you people even listen to my stupid drony voice? But I tries to do better.
And I took the first shot.
Oh, that's an interesting question. I'd like to get to 500. I need the subs. Yeah, sure, to get monetized, but there's no rush. Look, you know as well as I do, Mackenzie, I'd rather have the right people than a lot of people. And I know you get where I'm going with this. Look, I don't lose a lot of subs because I always try and dude, I'm it's like a bitter tea. Um look, stay if you like it. It's probably even I could criticize it as an uneven show. You know, someone says, the whole life is a this show is like a box of chocolates. We could even go there. But I try and make it consistent. I try and just look, I'm a history person, I'm a politics person, I'm a dumb joke person. So you know, it's soothing. Well, I try not to yell a lot. So, Chalk, believe me, you are a wonderful. I like you because you're even tempered. You criticize what needs to be criticized. You're not gratuitous. You don't just. My impression of Chalk is you criticize what should be criticized, and that's that. We don't just go overboard, and that is how it should be done. So Kelvin, you're back. It is late there. It's a melodic drawl. You came all the way over from London to say that. Really? Son, it's your bedtime. So anyway, I am actually interested in what silly little you know what? I'm more interested in this. Plug it.
At this point, I was exhausted, so Raj did
All right.
the same spot
All
and
right,
shot another
Mega.
lobster.
When you want. That is so funny.
By the time we went down again, the lobsters went deeper into the hole. So we went to search other spots. We are a little tired at this point. I mean, I think we've been swimming for over an hour or so. I really don't know. When you're underwater, the time feels different. And I feel like I don't tell you guys this enough, but it does take a lot of energy to dive. You have to find the fish spots, find the lobster spots, and then do it all over again. But on the bright side of it, we love what we do. We love finding new spots. We are grateful for that. And I am grateful for every one of you still watching now. On this dive, I saw 2 snake eels, but I managed to show you guys one.
Well, I'll remind everyone, I just added Tiffany's link to the show notes and I'll drop it into the chat. I have always found this young lady fascinating. She can cook too. She is just really let me put it to you this way. If my son showed up with Tiffany Silver or a young lady like her, I'd be perfectly happy. She is creative. She's all of those things. So we'll leave it at that. Hey, Dawn. Good to see you.
Man, it's such a beautiful day. Beautiful dives and smooth sailing just the way it should be. All right, you guys. Woo. Look at that. We caught so much lobsters, lionfish. Ratch catch this with a pole spear. Yo, this body look. Bacha again. Yeah, man, we caught so much today. This is like the most I've caught ever. Wow, it heavy, you see? I know me on a shake. That's how heavy it is.
Oh wow, barracuda.
Some of the guys out there, them catch this barracuda. That's a nice one.
Here's another smaller
Oh,
one.
yeah, there's a smaller one.
Got in teeth. Sharp like razor.
I'm telling you. Just wanted to show you guys before we head out. So I'll see you guys in the kitchen. Welcome back to my kitchen. As you can see behind me, we have this beautiful.
Well, that is we're not going into our kitchen. We are just going to look at the outdoorsy part. And I think I am gonna go over to to Savage's show for a bit. And yes, it is 9 and I ate lunch, have not eaten dinner. So yep. That's it. I think I'll be back tomorrow round about 3 or 3 p.m. Eastern time. And I am going to continue this theme. Probably didn't do a good job of it today, but America has always been divided. We are more together in a lot of ways, not always, but in my opinion, we're more together as Americans in 2026. There's a whole Jim Crow history. There's a fight for civil rights. How someone could actually think Jim Crow was one nation under God. I'm gonna have to think about that for quite some time. No. Indian massacre, Buffalo Soldiers being Indian killers. How someone could think American history was full of oh shit. We were one until we started voting against Donald Trump. That is literally concerning that anyone could even think that. MAGA blacks do better. MAGA blacks do better. And you know what? It's my time. It's so nice of you to say that. Your channel, by the way, you have a wrench. By the way, anyone who has a wrench, who is a content creator, drop your shows. If you have content you'd like people to look at, I'm not a huge channel, but feel free because you should. And I know I was gonna make a megabyte joke. But Megabyte, you can be a content creator too. Don't be shy. We want to see the black pudding that you actually love, because I have a feeling it's not the blood sausage you want to convince us of. Your black pudding is blacker than most. It's a joke. It's a joke. Oh, watch my mouth. Motherfucker, if you're doing black pudding with your mouth, I think you need to be watching your mouth. Excuse me, is that what you really said? It's just a joke. So anyway, I want to sincerely thank everyone. I actually had a good time. So yes, ma'am, I'll look for it, but look, we will grow the way we should grow. Mackenzie laughing. Look, I love you all. I am having fun doing the show. In a way, I kind of don't enjoy the show if I have to think about what I'm doing whilst I do it. We will get monetized, but that'll be a decision. As I've said before, well, and it will be a group decision. I don't care that much if it limits where I can go with whatever goofy thought I'm having. Um, and let me also say this. I've had 2 strikes at one time. And you know what they were for? I showed an NPR show and I showed another like a cooking show. They were copyright strikes. I've never had a morality strike. I need to do better on that front. And you know what? They got reversed because I challenged them. Um, I I challenge strikes. I don't go outside of where I think I can go. Um, but I also want to thank by the way, let us uh our first contributor to this weekend show, and I'm gonna do my damnedest to do a show. It'll be from my grandmother's old house, but it'll be fun. Um TMKC, also known as Mika Mouse. She is a lovely young lady, and she doesn't come over here much, so that she, wants to support the show. It actually means a lot. So I will see you all later. And by the way, um, you know what? Actually, before I go, I modified our friends Savage's song with an Audre Lorde quote. And I think Audre Lorde was awesome. So that's why. So y'all stay till the end of the song and see the quote that I'm kind of enamored with. Let us see. There we go. So I'm out of here. See y'all tomorrow. Oh, and do y'all get like the notices that I'm going live in 30 minutes? I have to check that out. I wonder, but gonna end it anyway. Mackenzie, Mega Kelvin, Brian. Certainly, it's my time. A wonderful looking lady. Dirty dude, you are my brother. Dawn, um, lovely lady too. All of y'all, y'all grace this channel. And CKJ3, Natasha, of course. Natasha's funny. Natasha's gonna make me learn French. I've had to pull out a Latin dictionary and a French dictionary. She's challenging me. Mackenzie, honestly, my homegirl, she knows Savannah and the Sea Islands and all that. So, and that is probably where I'm going to wind up one of these days, fishing forever. So, see y'all. And y'all go over to Savage's show. I guess I should drop that silliness too, if he's still around. He doesn't generally have the stick-to-itiveness of a proper content creator, but here is Savage. Y'all go over and say hey. Oop, show. See y'all there, maybe. And have a good night. With all that we have given them, we
Stanley
should
Crow.
own perhaps at least one half of this asset.
Smart,
The
street
revenues
friendly.
generated because of the.
Coors Light philosopher.
And it's not it, just take out the Obama race part. Why the fuck is the president of the United States hosting cartoons?
Stanley walked tall with a paperback brain. Quotes
Well,
big
I don't know what it was, but the thing is that if you ever go and you kind of read these people's biographies,
in his head, fearing his shoes, library brave.
the MAGA blacks, you get a bunch of MAGA blacks. That's what you get out of it, President. You get MAGA blacks who will put. They will. And then the other thing we've forgotten is brevity. That's the main lesson I learned today, and I